Is this your coin, Solnick? Technically, it's a CTO led by me. But basically, yes.
Damn, hustling, 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 hustling,
It's your
hustling,
boy,
hustling,
Ski.
hustling, 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 every.
Oh, welcome back to the Matrix. You're not just in the Matrix, you are the Matrix. How's it feel, Neo? And today we got ourselves a banger daily market news and analysis. What is up, everyone? Make sure you guys are spamming that like button, hitting that share so other people can spam the like button. Let's make sure that we're live on YouTube real quick, and we're going to be covering the election all night. I just want to make sure that my YouTube stream is good. Oh, it looks like I had double feed on there. Sorry about that, guys. Let me just share this to the Telegram. But yeah, I'm going to be here all night. We're going to be covering this the whole night. All right, let me share this to the Telegram real quick. Make sure that they know that I'm live. All right, what's up, guys? What is up? What is up? What is up? Make sure you guys are spamming that like button, hitting the share so other people can spam the like button. Right now, it looks like 15,900,000 votes right now for too close. What's too close? Yeah, we'll be covering this all night. Here, we'll turn this off. Australia praying for Trump. All right, I'm 10 out of 10, Ski. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Well, let's turn this down a little bit. Yeah. Amber Hill says hi on Twitter. What's up? Trump is up 300,000 votes with 52% in. Thoughts on indoor? Pennsylvania, we had 200,000 Amish voting. That's insane. The Amish mafia showing up and showing out. Absolutely crazy. SUI. My thoughts are that is working on distribution. If you guys didn't check out my video, by the way, Ski, my bro, you are awesome. Let's go. By the way, if you didn't check out my video, is the music too loud? Let's turn the music off. We'll turn this down a little bit. Is it too loud? Let me know. Sonic gonna do 0.5 by next bull run. I think it'll be by this bull run. There's a possibility. That's about $500 million market cap. That's on the higher end of things. But I think that it's possible. But if, yeah, definitely if not by this bull market, by the end of the next bull market for sure. Because here's the deal with Sonic. I'm not promising you that it's going to be a straight line up. I'm not promising you that it's going to be up only and there's going to be no red days and it won't be a bumpy ride. I'm not promising you any of that. But what I am promising you is I will never stop developing and pushing that forward. T-Man have a chance. It looks like it right now. It looks like he's ahead. But, I mean, nothing is sort of unexpected so far. There hasn't been anything that What do you think about the first ledger drop coin? I need to do some research on that. Says my dude. Senate race is important too. The Senate race, if arguably, is the more important one, honestly. The Senate, I would argue that the Senate and the House have more power. Maybe not person for person, but unit for unit, I would argue that they have actually more power. Looks like TikTok just gave us a nice little flag. So make sure you guys are spamming that like button, hitting the share. That way we can go past that. When should I place a long? Hopefully you already did, because I made a video explaining what would happen. My most recent video. Check that out. I explained what I thought was going to happen if Trump won and what I thought was going to happen if Harris won. And spoiler, I think there's a bull market for, I think there's a path for a bull market for both. I think there is a path for a bull market for both. And I think there will be a bull market. And if you're part of my Patreon and you're part of the subscribers, you would know I literally called based on the charts who I think is going to win. We locked in Scott for Senate in Florida. We still on Suey Short? I'm still on the Suey Short. Sup, bro? What's up, fam? We're just getting started tonight. How's everyone feeling out of 10? Make sure you guys are spamming the like button, hitting the share. Says, yo, dropping that follow. Thoughts on Ondo? I DM'd you in the Telegram for NFT subscriber channel. John, I will get back with you within the next 24 hours. All right, if you haven't got that, I will get that to you. I'm sorry. That's been a long time. I'm sorry you haven't got that yet. Can Sonic reach $1 billion market cap by this bull run? That is, yes. That is within the realm of possibility. My low-end case is $75 million market cap. My medium case is $1 billion market cap, and my bull case is about $6 billion. So yeah, that is within the realm of possibility. Now, what I will say to that is, even if it doesn't happen this bull market, I'm going to be continuing to develop, and especially, you better believe, you better bet your, well, I'm not going to tell you to bet your bottom dollar, but I'm telling you that I will be betting my bottom dollar that in the bear market of 26/27, I'm going to be grinding my face off and developing like none other. So even if it doesn't happen this bull market, I think it will happen next bull market. Money is no good when the world is gone. That's true. But they say this every election. I mean, come on. Question mark. What is John Deaton of Boston? Who's winning? Right now, Trump is winning. Thoughts on Drift? Where should I look at that, bro? What's the price of those caps? Okay, so at 75 million, that's about 7.5 cents. 1 billion puts us at about $1. And then 6 billion is about $5.89. Solnick all the way. Where do you see the world in the next 4 to 8 years? Listen, this is what I'm going to say. I cannot change the world, but I can change my world. I can change the world around me. And my world around me, the next 4 to 8 years, is full of light, full of love. That's the world that's going to be around me. I can't speak for everything. I don't think that I can change what's going on in the Middle East. But I can change the world around me. And that world around me is full of light and full of love. That's what I'll say about that. Vote Ski for president? Yeah, next time. Next time, bro. We're just here for the ride. Drift on TradingView. Okay. We'll pull that up while we're waiting. We're not going to do too much tonight on coins, but we'll look at this one real quick. And I will say, too, if you are a subscriber 42 cents. There's not enough data on this, bro. Subscribers. So I just talked with Alex, and he taught me how to do. Sorry, bro, not enough data. But not tonight, but starting tomorrow, at the end of each live stream, we're gonna do about 15 to 30 minutes for each subscriber, and that's when we're gonna do in-depth TA on those coins. So we're gonna, at the end of each live stream, not tonight. Tonight it's just all about the election, but starting tomorrow, we'll do like an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. And then the last 15 to 30 minutes is going to be subscriber only. And that's when we're going to do the in-depth TA for all of those. And that's just for me trying to bring as much value as I can to everyone. How high will Bitcoin go in the next year if Trump wins? Sam, I just made a video about explaining what I think is going to happen if Trump wins, what I think is going to happen if Kamala wins for Bitcoin. And the short answer is $207,000 is where I think that Bitcoin will go. About a year from now. Yeah, November of 25. Sounds good. Politics very polarizing. Yeah. Can you tell about Onyx Coin? Make sure you guys are spamming the like button, hitting the share, so other people can spam the like button, hit the share. Make sure you guys are not just lurking, but drop a follow too. I won't be plugging the subscriber anymore. My thoughts on Ondo. Orange man, orange year, orange coming. Says let's go. Thoughts on Ondo. I'm not a huge fan. I think it's a decent value. I think it was too heavily shielded for me personally. Polkadot, I think Polkadot is solid. Doge, I think Doge is going to perform very well. I think Doge will do a minimum of about a 5x from here. And could get as high as a 10x from here. Irish Dano, thanks for live on the air, you savage.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Can ADA come back or rip? I think so. I think ADA and LCX are both extreme value right here. I think that they're both in extreme value. LCX is probably the best value for, I would say, a medium cap, and ADA for large caps is probably up there. Tiger says, love your Sonic to Jupiter astronaut video. Thank you. I appreciate that. I forgot to upload that on YouTube. I need to upload that on YouTube. Papa, thanks for the rose, and for the chili, and for the baseball, and for the lightning, the GGs, the heart. You savage, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
You think alt season before the end of the year? Alex, okay, I think that alts are going to rise before the end of the year by a lot. But true alt season, like when it's real deal, like absolutely ripping, I think that's going to be in 2025. That's what I think. And my predictions all along have been for 2025. LCX versus AVAX. AVAX, I would say, is more of a large cap. LCX is more of a medium cap. And I think that they're both going to perform well. But I think that LCX does have a little bit more upside potential just because of the market cap. Isn't whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election? Not necessarily. There are other paths, but I would say Pennsylvania probably is the most important. There's definitely other paths outside of Pennsylvania, but yeah. That's definitely an important one. Soon. XYO price about 20 cents, Irish Dano. Makes sense. Thanks, dude. What's the popular vote for Kamala? She's losing the popular vote right now. Obviously, it's early. I forget what it was. I'll give you just a second. I heard Georgia got flipped red. That's not really surprising. Georgia has always been red except for last election. Like, it's typically pretty red. So the popular vote right now, she's losing by about 4 million. About 3.2 million, actually. So 15.86, which is kind of crazy. Did we just get another... Oh, they lifted the flag. Interesting. Lots to talk about. Lots talk about Texas going blue. They talk about that every single time. I'll believe it when I see it. Do you think they'll call it tonight? I hope that they do. But if I'm being honest, if I keep it real, if I keep it a buck, I'm very jaded, right? So just how I analyze the markets, right? So I analyze the market using Wyckoff, which has the fundamental understanding that the game is rigged. Or the apex predators are running it, right? Or it's all about money, right? That's the better way. I don't want to say rigged. It's about money, right? Money is what drives it, that right? So if that's how I view a lot of things, is that money is what's running the show. So when you think about it like that, this is Fox, CNN, MSNBC, like all of these, CBS, all of these major news stations. This is their Super Bowl. They don't get millions of views on a night outside of today. So when I think about it like that, I would say I think that it's going to be milked out for another week or so, just so that they can get the views. That's what I think. I'm hopeful that it will be called tonight. But if I'm being honest, if I'm being real, I think that it will not be called tonight, just for the simple fact of money runs the show. They don't get views like this on any other day. This is their Super Bowl. So therefore, I think, yeah. Joshua Jake saying they won't. Probably not. I don't think so. I hope so. I'm hopeful for it, but I don't think so. Amish out, so Pennsylvania might go red. The Amish have a pretty big mafia, honestly, and Pennsylvania has like the most Amish known to man. I don't think they will be tonight because Wisconsin, Michigan, yeah, that's right. Yeah, they. Oh my God, Elon Musk followed me. Psych, that's a fake Elon Musk for sure. Don't get scammed, for real. Just bought another 100K Sonic. Let's go, bro, you savage.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Trump's going to win? I think so. I made a video on my Patreon talking about just strictly off of the charts how Bitcoin looks like it's set up for going parabolic. I literally called my prediction based off of what Bitcoin looks like. When does voting stop? I don't know. Did you hear about Calvin coup? No, I didn't. Dump, ha 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 ha. Dump what? I'm hoping we see results tonight. Me too. I hope so as well. Trump just passed 20 million. I beg you, dump Bitcoin. Harris doesn't have Bitcoin. Harris does not have Bitcoin, bro. That's a silly thing to think. Grab some Solna, Kihi, LCX, Link, AVAX, Rose today. Let's go, Web. I just bought more Solnic. Let's go. Harris has XRP. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Bro says, I pray she jumps all her Bitcoin. Oh, God. How do I buy Solnic? You can buy Solnic on Soulflare Wallet, Coinbase Wallet, Radium Wallet. You can buy Solnic on Jupiter, the decentralized exchange. You can buy it on Radium. You can buy it on SetOX. DJT is down. Yeah, bro, listen. I said this weeks ago that I'm completely out on all the political coins. Completely out. I don't think that there's a path for them to really perform after this. After today. Like, that's it. I tried Coinbase. Did you try Coinbase Wallet or Coinbase the exchange? When's Solnic going on Uphold? I think we would need to be above 100 million to get on Uphold. Yeah. He says, yeah, I remember you saying political coins and no. Yeah. It's a classic case of MAGA and RTR pumping. Yeah. Win Harris, please. Clinton. Can you look up Chainlink? I don't need to. I've looked at that chart a million times. $80 to $180. I like Chainlink's chart. Looks really good to me. Which Solnic is it? XTZ9? Someone please give him the contract address. It's the only one that doesn't have a an orange ticker on it, like, or an orange caution. There's no orange caution. Iris Dano, can you put that in the YouTube chat? What are your updated thoughts on Theta? Theta has the Theta's in my Wyckoffsky list. So the Wyckoffsky list is the super solid plays with low to no inflation. That's cool. Humble journey. I don't know how you did that, but that's cool. Can we get Solnic on BitUnex? I would like to go long on Solnic. I'll try. I have some relations with the BitUnex people. Bro, I've tried Coinbase Wallet loads of times. Up to slippage, etc. It didn't work. Had to get Soulflare. Yep, that is the... What's your 30-day prediction on Solana? I don't have 30-day predictions. My 1-year prediction is $500. Are those Solnic dunks on that hodl? Iris Dano, did you put that in the YouTube chat? Could you put that in the YouTube chat for me, please? Thoughts on silver? I'm playing with it right now. I buy silver every single week, just like I buy gold every single week. He pinned it, but not on the YouTube chat. Did you put it in the YouTube chat? How many ounces do you buy a week? Like $100 per week is what I buy. So right now that's like 3 ounces. Solnic shoe. It's on the YouTube chat. Oh, I don't see it. Interesting. Quant prediction, $700 minimum. Quant, I think, has a really good setup as well. So weird. All right, I'm gonna pull this up. Let me pull it up on the Telegram. I'm gonna give it to you right now, bro. You see it, Philip? All right. There we go. I just pinned it. I'm gonna pin it right now on YouTube. So that is the correct Sonic address, Philip. It says nice DCA into silver coins. I need to adjust more to DCA style. Yeah, Megan, I think it's the way to go. Thanks for the, what is that? Postcard? Mike, I appreciate you, bro.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Megan, for me, it's like, it's more of a, it's all for silver. I like silver. I like the clankiness of it. Like, all of that is cool to me. But for me personally, when I go to buy silver, it's almost like a social thing. Like, I'm just going to see my buddy Jim. And then I just pick up some silver while I'm there. That's kind of what it is for me. And I advise you, if you are going to start buying silver, make friends with the people at the coin shop. Because if you make good relationships with them, they'll tell you, like, they'll cut you, if they see you regularly, they'll start to cut you deals. They'll hold certain things if you like certain things, which I'm not picky about my silver, to be honest. But yeah, DCA is the way. That is the way. Excuse me. Yeah, I like silver. It's cool. And I just go in. The guy's name, if you Google coin shop, there should be a place that is reputable, that is licensed by the state, and they legally have to give you silver. And if they sell you something that is fake, they legally have to buy it back and give it to you. So if you Google coin shop, I think that's the best place to buy silver. It's the easiest. So that's silver a good buy because of all new technology. Yeah, that's right, because a lot of things do use silver. Even these robots have a lot of silver in them. That's right. I agree. And it's a good store of value. Yeah, I mean, research silver. Maybe I'll teach you guys some more about silver. I like silver. I don't think it's a huge investment, but I think it's like, it's similar to gold where it's a good store of value, but it does have it has a little bit more appreciation. That's correct. Okay, that's right. So Smack says, isn't the US government shorting the crap out of silver too? Silver, I've said this many times. Silver is or XRP is the silver of crypto. And not that, when I say that, I'm not saying it because it's the second best one. I'm saying it because it's very manipulated by institutions. That is true. They artificially keep the price suppressed. That's true. And they do it on purpose for goods and services. Right? But that pill or that will work until it doesn't. And when that cap gets blown off, it's going to go crazy. Yeah, that is correct. Who do you think will win? I made my prediction yesterday or a few days ago on the, or it was yesterday, just based off of the charts. I think Bitcoin looks like it's ready to go on a bull run. Literally off of that, I said on the Patreon video yesterday that I thought that Trump was going to win. So we'll see. Yeah, no, you're right, though. That is true. Like, it is one of the most suppressed assets that has ever existed. I Roth the hell out of gold and silver. All the way up through 19. Haven't bought it since... I've been buying silver since $7. Yeah, I think most of my position was around $20. That's when I accumulated most of my silver. Probably like 2022 is when I really started getting into silver for real. I had silver before then, but like when I like actively like, okay, this is going to be a heavy position of my portfolio was about probably 2022. That's when I started stacking it pretty heavy. I plan on buying monthly soon. Yeah, that's the best thing to do. Just buy monthly and forget about it. If you do that, that's going to give you the best price. And then it will give you the least amount of anxiety. Silver's not as volatile as crypto anyways. So if you're used to crypto's volatility, what's your portfolio looking like? It's looking pretty damn good. Most of my portfolio is crypto and real estate. But I do like silver. Gotta go watch the election with my girlfriend now. Nice tuning in. Says I have an O. I have zero anxiety. Good. That's a good place to be at. Hey, Ski, what's up, fam? Make sure I didn't miss nobody on the Sonic account. Who you got winning? I think the Orange Man's going to win. Strictly because the charts... Listen, show me the charts, I'll tell you the news. The charts tell me that Bitcoin is going to 138K as high as $207,000 in the next year. Show me the charts, I'll tell you the news. I find it weird Georgia had 3-4 million votes. Lisa, thanks for the hat and mustache. Yeehaw!
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
I appreciate you, bro. Or fam. You're not a bro. I appreciate you, Lisa. Any XRP insight? I think XRP will go to $5 to $14. Today's been a good day. If he wins PA, he wins. If he loses PA, it's over. You think it'll come down to just PA? Where's Cliff? Cliff might be traveling. Cliff went and saw his family and friends. ICP, please. $100. ICP hasn't changed. He would have to do a lot if he loses to Pennsylvania. Yeah. We'll see. We will see. Make sure you guys are spamming the like button, hitting the share so other people can spam the like button. Let's try to get this stream up. Can we get this stream up over 1,000 in viewers? It's going to be up to you guys. Spamming that like button, hitting the share, dropping a follow. Isn't he losing PA by a lot, or are they counting? We haven't had an update on that in a little bit. I think it's too early. I'm taking you to Steakhouse. I get big games on my crypto, brother. All right, bet. I'm down for steak anytime. He is up in PA, Jay says. It's too early. Yeah, it is too early. I don't think there hasn't been any surprises yet either. The only thing that I've said, Amish are out in PA. Are you in PA, Megan? What's the scouting report looking like over there in PA? The only thing I will say is, like, some of the counties that he was expected to win or that she was expected to win, it's either been, I've seen more stuff in his favor where he's outperforming. I have seen that. That's the only surprise. Excuse me. All right, so Irish Dano says, if she pulls it out, how low will Bitcoin go and how long will it take to recover? 60K. And I don't think that long. I still think, literally, listen, I've said this and people don't like this answer, but this is the truth. Whoever wins, Bitcoin is going to 138K. Period. So yeah, I do think that there will be an initial drop, and that will make people uncomfortable. It'll probably get to 60K. But I think by the end of November, I still think my beard will be safe. Is Virginia a swing state? I don't think Virginia is a swing state. I think that that's if he gets elected. No. No. No, hear me. If she gets elected, Bitcoin will still go to 138K in 2025. If he gets elected, I think 138K minimum, probably 207 is more likely. William Watson, stitch your video about Arrow inflation. Interesting watch when you get time, bro. Yeah, bro. Actually, me and William are like, we're friends now because of that. And we actually went live last Friday together. And I said, like, literally, I don't agree with what he's saying, and he doesn't agree with what I'm saying. But we have a mutual respect for each other of how he got there and how I got there was not based off of emotion, was not based off of hope, was not based off of anything other than data, logic, reason. And it was a very respectful rebuttal. And so I followed him after that. He followed me back. And we're friends now. So I don't agree, but that's okay. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. And I agree with how he got there is the important thing. He got there with data, logic, and reason, and I respect it. So that's what I would say. Early or late 2025, you think? Greek God. April or November? She will only make crypto restrictions more intense for Bitcoin. ETH will be fine. That's right. I agree. Megan, I agree with you. Who do you want? I don't. I want your boy Ski. Both great creators. William's a smart guy also. And memes. Coinbase thoughts. Coinbase is too big to fail. Coinbase is backed by BlackRock. Virginia is a lot closer than predicted. If I'm not mistaken, that was definitely supposed to be a blue state. Caspa got a little pump going. I'm a big believer in Caspa long term. Not so much in the short term, but long term, I like Caspa. I am from Nepal, the country where we actually crypto is illegal. Thanks to you, I've accumulated 70K. Solnick will accumulate more. Let's go, bro. Let's go. That's a real savage right there.
But the cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
I caught part of a group live last Friday. I wish the whole thing would have been on YouTube. I'm going to try to go into my lives. I might upload the whole thing. I should be able to download it and upload the whole thing. Yo, can you check out ETH on Sol? What do you want me to check out? Like, are you asking me for my ETH prediction? Who won? It's not over, fam. Ski for president, Alex for VP. We should all buy Solnick at the same time. Let's do it, Megan. I know for sure there was one weekend that's gone. So let's make them regret it. A lot of predictions saying Trump. Yeah, I think so. I said that yesterday on my Patreon video just based off of the charts. Literally nothing to do. Solnick to the moon. Let's go. The new ETH on Sol, I think it's just a wrapped Ethereum. So Turbo Coin, my thoughts are $1 billion market cap. But my thoughts on ETH, I think it's a solid play to do ETH on Sol if you like Ethereum but hate paying Ethereum gas fees. But I still think it's going to do the same thing, about $7,000. So yeah, I think the ETH on Sol, if you like Ethereum, I think ETH on Sol is a better way of doing it because you're not going to have to pay these silly gas fees. Solnic TA, it's just a back test of the prior range. Nick, we're just daily body closes on top of the prior range. What used to be resistance is now support, and it's a beautiful thing. Rose prediction, $1 to $2. Doge just hit 19 cents. I think Doge is going to perform pretty well, 5 to 10x. 40 to 69. Yeah, that's the reasonable. Yeah, Bigfoot, I'll try to upload that whole thing. XRP $5 to $14. Thoughts on Trump coins? Listen, I've talked about this for weeks now. I don't think after today, there's a small path, I would say maybe for like MAGA or MVP, but I've said this for a few weeks now. I'm pretty much out on political coins. Realistically, I was out mostly before today, honestly. We could do it right now. We got all the eyeballs, Megan. Do it right now. So appreciate your feedback. Thanks, fam. I'll be the only one. Nothing creates price action quite like price action. Listen, when we get above 6 million, it's going to be a quick ride from 6 million to 15 million to 20 million. Is it better to enter into crypto now or wait till after the election? Simply cool. The best thing to do is to dollar cost average. That takes the stress and the anxiety out of the equation. I promise you, you will be 10 times less anxious if you just dollar cost average. And what that means is you buy a little bit each and every week, regardless of price. If you would have done that with Bitcoin, starting at the worst possible time, let's say you started at the worst time, the peak of 2021, and you dollar cost average, you would be up a 1x on your money right now. Starting at the worst time. Alonzo says, I've noticed a lot of coins pumping. Do you think there will be a correction, or is it only up from here? Nothing is ever only up. But listen, the bet is, people think I'm crazy. I just had someone comment in my comments today, get that clippers ready to shave your beard, because the bet is Bitcoin has to be 80K before Christmas or I will shave my beard. I made that bet at 55,000. And I told this person, I said, keep that same energy because I want you to have my flowers ready. That's my thoughts. And if Bitcoin gets to 80K, everything is going to feel the heat of that sun. If I was Giant, I'd go Mar-a-Lago. Why is 6 million the mark to run up on Solnic? Because that's the all-time high. And once we get above that, there's no resistance. So it's thin air. And it's to the next leg up. That's why. And even on the daily, I don't want to like steal the show with Solnic, but even on the daily, we're technically at an all-time high on the daily right now, trading above it. It's now 99 versus 137. What are you saying? The only resistance is degens? Yeah, and let them be, because here's the deal. They're going to be pissed in 4 or 8 years when I'm still pumping, making videos, making content, helping people, and Sonic is still making higher highs and higher lows. They're going to be pissed. Like, imagine trading it for pennies, for dollars, when I'm still going to be promoting, pumping, making content 10 years from now. So let them do whatever they want to do, you know. What's the next leg up, or we just don't know? About $25 million market cap. That's about 2.5 cents. 20 to 25 million. And then we're gonna make another leg up. We're gonna keep doing that. The bet is by the end of the bull market that Bitcoin has to be above $75 million market cap. I find myself vacuuming pennies and nickels. Quit doing that, Megan. Just DCA. Question: does meme coins experience bear markets like altcoins? Absolutely. Absolutely. Never once have I ever promised that it's up only. I'm not promising you that. I'm not promising you that there's not going to be any red days. I'm not promising you that there won't be fear, there won't be blood. I'm not promising you any of that stuff. But what I am promising you is I will continue to make it better and better. I will continue to refine my craft. I will continue to make content to help as many people as humanly possible for decades to come. And Sonic will be the foremost of that for decades to come. It's not a straight line up. There won't be any bumps. It won't be any absent of fear, absent of any of that. But that's what I promise you. Not that it's going to be up only. No. At what hour do you think we'll know the election results? I hope that we know it soon. But I'm suspicious that looks like they called Texas already. So I guess that was a lie. All this talk about but they're gonna flip Texas. They're gonna flip Texas. Looks like lie detector determined that was a lie. Lie determined. Lunacy. I'm out on lunacy. No thanks. Yeah. Aaron, the best thing you should do, in my opinion, is DCA. Pick a number and just buy it a little bit each every week. That's what I recommend that most people do. Trump just took Ohio. What stream are you guys getting that from? 168 to 30. This is throw in the damn towel. No, she still hasn't got California. Fox 270 to win. Yeah, I think is from BBC. Yeah, maybe we'll check some other ones. Can you analyze XYO? It has the same chart as everything that I'm looking for. 20 cents is where I think the parabolic level is. 20 cents. XYO to me is one of the better plays for, I don't know if you consider it low market cap. I would probably consider it a medium market cap. It's probably the best medium market cap play. Indiana's red was blue last election. Other than that, nothing different so far. Yeah. The one thing that is different is he's leading the popular vote so far. But, you know, California, New York is not in yet. Crow, $1 to $2. That is the one thing. Make sure you guys are spamming the like button, hitting the share. Dropping a follow. So other people can spam the like button, hit the share. Don't just lurk. We go live every single day. Most Wednesdays we take off. But most other than that, we're live every single day. I will be live tomorrow, though. But usually about 5 days a week I go live. 8 p.m. Central Time. Does multi-cycle coins worry you as far as diminishing returns, bro? Multi-cycle coins. What do you mean by that? Joey, thanks for the rose, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Doohickey Wop, this is what I'll say. I don't think that Solnic and Hehe are built like other coins. Best platform to buy Solnic? Probably Soulflare Wallet. If you download Soulflare Wallet, you just need to send in Solana from like Coinbase or somewhere, and you could buy it right on the app. Older coins that have been through the cycle or two already? No, it doesn't, because I would say that that is true. I would sell spell, please. Are you asking me to spell the app? Are you asking me to spell Soulflare? Here's the deal, Doohickey Wop. Solnic, Hehe, and coins like that are not built like other coins. I think it's absolutely going to be a problem for most meme coins. But we're not the same. We're just not. We're not built the same. We don't look the same. We don't have the same accountability. Bitcoin just broke 72K. It's Soulflare. S-O-L here. S-O-L-F-L-A-R-E. There you go. That is a wallet, just like MetaMask, Exodus. It's a wallet just like that, but you can buy it natively on the app. All you need is Solana. So you can buy it with MoonPay. You can buy Solana with MoonPay. But the easy thing to do is just send in Solana from somewhere else. I'm going to leak something for you guys. I don't know if I'm allowed to leak, but I'm going to leak it for you. Starting in March, if everything goes to plan, you're going to be able to buy Solnic. You're going to be able to buy Solnic with Google Pay and Apple Pay. Starting in March, you're going to be able to buy Solnic with Google Pay and Apple Pay, and you will only need a Gmail account. Joey, thanks for the rose and the team bracelet and the heart, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
So, I don't know if I'm allowed to leak that to you, but I'm leaking it to you. And that's going to be awesome for brand new people. Because I think the biggest hurdle for crypto right now, as a whole, is onboarding brand new people. And what better way than if you have a Gmail account, you're going to be able to buy it. How can we move that up to December? So that is the that's the big thing that we're working on right now. Who doesn't have Gmail? Exactly. Exactly, sir. That's the point. That's the point. So, listen. Buy it. Would you like to buy it before or after then? That's what I'll say. Ski, did you hear about the AI that created $500 million market cap meme coin? I did hear about that. Can you analyze XYO, please? XYO, I think, is a very good play right here. Why is the market pumping? Or Bitcoin, I mean? Well, because Right now, he is dominating. It's not particularly close at this moment in time. You're keeping that beard easy. Bro, if they call it tonight, I might keep... It might be safe tonight. Was it Peanut? What are you saying? Was it Peanut? Is Trump going to win? I think so. Goat, right? The AI meme. Oh. 58, good entry on Quant. I think 58's an excellent entry. Peanut saved the election. I think $58 is an excellent... Listen, my minimum target for Quant is $700. So you ask me, or you answer. If my target is $700, is $58 a good entry? I think so. Have you heard of Fwog? I have. Throw in the damn towel. Chainlink is a good price. Yeah, listen, most of the market, I think, is still at a really good value. Anything that has the chart that looks like Chainlink, I think is a good value, as long as there's not a crazy amount of inflation. Does that make sense? Listen, don't tell anyone that I leaked you guys that information about Solnic, because I don't think I'm supposed to. But yeah, that's what we're working on. Anyone with a Gmail account will be able to buy Solnic roughly March timeframe using Apple Pay, Google Pay, a debit card, a credit card, any way that you can do payments, you'll be able to buy Solnic. Website I already told Elon. Damn it! I'm cooked, bro. I don't LOL. You don't what? Do you believe the guy who prophesies Trump's attempt? I don't want to put anything in the ether, but I think that there's a possibility of third time's a charm. What's a healthy bag of Solnic? I think $1 million is a good place to shoot for. 5 million makes you a whale. Are you still doing portfolio reviews for people with multiple NFTs? Yes, I am. All the proceeds towards that go towards Solnic too, by the way. So don't wait till March to buy Solnic. That's right, because everyone's going to be buying Solnic in March. 72K Bitcoin. That's right. We're 8K away. Nice, Robert. Yeah, I think that's a healthy bag. So, like, my medium case scenario is $1 billion market cap. That would make you a millionaire. Pretty easy math. What's good, Ski? What's up, bro? 5 million makes you a whale. Make sure you guys are spamming that like button, hitting that share so other people can spam that like button. So they've... What site are you on? I'm on, what site should I be on? How about that? I'm on NBC right now. Been holding since February. Let's go, Icy Wiener. And you know what? Honestly, the thing that I'm most proud of about this whole journey with Solnic is two things. One, each bottom has like doubled from the last bottom. I'm very proud of that. So not even the success, but the rough times have doubled as well. That is awesome to me. And the other thing that I'm very proud of is people like Icy Wiener that have been a part of it since for that long, have been through multiple cycles, and you're getting a taste of what the whole macro market works like. And it makes you kind of calloused to the fear and kind of calloused to the greed. And you see, like, and I'm charting it out step by step. I'm not holding anything back. And that's the part that I'm really proud of, that you guys are getting a crash course on how the entire market works. How much Solnick will you donate if to tattoo Trump's face on me if he wins? My God. It's only going to make me millionaire. I'm wallet tracker, so I know. I don't know what that means, Megan. Robert, thank you for the ice cream cone.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
I'm on Prime, so IDK. Are you more ahead? Does it have more information than I have? Yeah, listen, honestly, guys, like, I don't think it's healthy to wallet watch, really. Hold on. Because really, when you get down to brass tacks, how's it really going to be? Like, I'm going to be doing this for decades. As long as I'm breathing and living, I'm going to be doing this. So what are you worried about this month or next month? We're going to be fine. 62 to 162. 72.4. Bro, let me find out my beard's safe tonight. I would love that. I would love that. Let's see what we got on here. 62 to... Oh, so it's a little bit behind, actually, John, according to this. And watch them rug. Yeah, honestly, that's... How many times did that happen, John? 5 million Sonic is a lot. That makes you a whale, Wade. It makes you a whale. Spam the like button, hit the share, guys. I gotta use the bathroom, so spam that like button, hit the share, so other people can spam the like button. I'll be right back. Oh, bro. Romeo, thank you for the $10 donation, bro. You savage.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
He says, fight face tattooed on the chest. Bro, what? Thomas, thanks for the 149 donation. You savage. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Has 195 to 117. What does? I hope you win Sonic Bet as well. I will eventually. I tell you that much. Heat up the wax. I don't know. Bitcoin's running. Let's go Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin at? Let's look at the price of Bitcoin. The bet is 80K, and I made that bet at $55,000. I didn't front run it. Yeah, we're at 72. Bro, come on now. Let us make a new high tonight. This thing is ripping tonight. Believe that. Fox has 195 to 117. Says we're cooked. My birthday is March 16th. What will my Sonic get me? Well, if you missed the news, if you missed the announcement for Sonic, sometime in March, we're working with a company that you will be able to buy Sonic directly using Google Pay, Apple Pay, a debit card, a credit card, anything, and all you need is a Gmail account. So that is coming out in March. That's when we're scheduled to come out with it. So that's going to get you a lot more people onboarded onto Sonic. And I think that that's going to be extremely bullish. Extremely bullish. Is Trump breaking the blue wall? Has he broke anything? When Sonic hits Coinbase, we're rich. That's going to take a minimum of 250 million market cap. What up, Ski? What's up, Trom? What's up, fam? He's still winning the popular vote by a pretty wide margin. I mean, California hasn't came in yet or anything like that, but still. The Senate so far has gained 1 seat. And the House has gained a seat. 261 still uncalled, though. Make sure I didn't miss anybody on here. While I was using the potty. 178, bro. Where are you guys getting that? We don't want on Coinbase. Listen, Megan. Who is we? I don't want you guys to wait to buy it till then, but yeah, I would like to get us over $250 million market cap. It says, dude, you're legit with Sonic. It's great watching you grow. With that being said, don't rug pull me. Listen. I'm going to be doing this for decades to come. Full transparency. If you're like super cynical. All right, so first of all, I made 1,000 videos before I ever made $1. If you're super cynical and you're like, what's his angle? Here's my angle. Let me just be transparent and honest. I can make a boatload of money just talking about it. I will be setting up liquidity pools and I will make a boatload of money like that. Also, I'm doing TA every step of the way on Sonic. The more that I do TA on it, the more that I'm correct. Guess what? It looks better for my Patreon. It looks better for my membership. So if you're super cynical, that's my angle. I do not need to sell anything in order to make as much money as I need or want. So there you go. That's, if you're super cynical, what's your angle, pal? That's my angle. That's my angle. But I tell you one thing. I didn't make 1,700 videos to throw it away for a few $1,000s. Never. Yeah, I can make all the money I need just by talking about it. And honestly, it's a legacy play for me. Me and Alex are in the same camp. This is a legacy play. If you're super cynical, what's in it for you? Here's what's in it for me. If I do something awesome, that's going to look cool for me and my channel. So yeah, it's a legacy play for me. My wallet is 6 low. Last 4, 6 low. That's me. I've given away 37 million tokens at this point. I don't know what that was right now or what it is at the top, but that's what I've given away. Yeah, that's the last I'll say about that. That's all I really have to say about that. Yeah, it's not going to be a perfect straight line up, but we're going to keep going until I die. As long as I have blood pumping through my veins, I'm going to keep trying to make things better. I'm going to keep trying to grow. I made mistakes along the way. I haven't been perfect, but I've learned a lot, and I'm excited to keep doing it. I'm going to hold 1 million Solnic till Ski is 60. Let's go. You got 30 more years. Thomas says, you're real deal. Ski, appreciate you. Thank you, fam. This thing the whole thing started by my morals and ethics of trying to do right by people. That's how it started. The whole thing got started because I believe in karma and doing right by people. That's how this whole thing got started. Take profit every 4 years. It's okay. Can you check Polymarket? Okay. So what did she just get there? What are the odds? 78%. Whoa. That's insane. Thanks for Zadarius Smith. Bro, did we trade Zadarius Smith? Don't tell me. Is it true? Is that true? Bro, are you trolling me right now? Where did he go? What happened? What was the trade? Went to the Lions. Wow. What did we get in return? Give me the deets, bro. I haven't seen anything about it. I haven't looked. What did we get in return for Zadarius Smith? Oh, well, congratulations. I would say the Lions are probably a 6th and 7th. Damn, that's we just gave them away, huh? Damn, bro. Well, good for you guys. I'm gonna. I like the Lions. Obviously, I'm a Browns fan, but yeah, the Lions are. I feel like the Lions kind of are like the Browns in a lot of ways. A lot of rich history. Very smash mouth, blue collar. A lot of misery in the early 2000s. So yeah, I'll be rooting for the Lions. I hope you guys do well. Yeah. I like Jared Goff. I like their coach. I'm gonna be rooting for if in the playoffs I'll be rooting for the Lions. I'll tell you that because the Browns have no shot. We traded Cliff for Elon. Damn. I watched Barry Sanders on the Lions. I'm an old guy. Playoffs? Playoffs? When does California's voting for Browns? Yeah, we're in poverty, bro. At 75%, Georgia is 225 ahead of Trump. Head for Trump. Cowboys not seeing the playoffs. Yeah, no. Playoffs? Yeah. Cowboys are just as cooked. Is it true that Pennsylvania is the decider? It's a big one. I don't know that it's the... Everyone keeps saying it's the decider. I don't know that that's true. Like, there are other paths. There was already one state that was flipped that wasn't supposed to be flipped, though, right? 8 p.m. A little over an hour left. I only track the Seahawks. Bro, I'm a Browns fan. Listen, I know nothing but misery. 0-16. You guys want to know how ride or die I am? You guys worried about Sonic? Bro, I was here. 0-16. I was here. 1-15. Ride or die. You guys worried about Sonic? I was here with the Browns, bro. Playoffs? Love you for the Browns history. I'm a minor fan. Lucky me, yeah. Finally feel like 1%. Let's go, bro. Outlook on Solnick, thinking of buying more. DCA, bro, here's my outlook on Solnick. I'm going to continue making content, helping people, developing Solnick as much as humanly possible for the next decade. Is it going to be a straight line up for Solnick? No. Will there be bumps along the way? Yes. But that's what I will be doing. I will be grinding my face off for a decade. And the news, if you're just tuning in, the breaking news for Solnick is in March is the projected time frame. We're working with a company, and you're going to be able to buy Solnick directly using Apple Pay, Google Pay, a debit card, credit card, any way that you can buy anything. You're going to be able to buy Solnick directly, one step, come March, and all you need is a Gmail account. If you have a Google account, you're going to be able to buy Solnick directly using Apple Pay, Google Pay, debit card, credit card, any other form of payments. You're going to be able to buy Solnick directly. And that is just the start. Did anyone bet on the election? No. XRP to the moon. I think XRP will go to $5 to $14. Unpredictable. So always. It's not going to be a straight line. I'm not claiming that. You're a great teacher. Thank you, fam. We'll be hitting platforms like Robinhood eventually. In order to get on Robinhood, though, just full transparency, I'm not going to sell you hopes and dreams. I'm not going to whisper sweet nothings to you. But we need to be above about $250 million market cap. That's just keeping it a buck with you. That's where we got to get to in order to get on bigger exchanges. So I'm not going to whisper sweet nothings to you, and yeah, it's going to be a long road to get there, but I think that we can get there. Does that make sense? Shiba price, I think Shiba will do about a 5 to 10x. Solana up 12% today in Australia. Let's go. Let's go. Has there been any surprises yet? Have they called Georgia? Yeah. But listen, it's not going to be perfect. There's going to be bumps in the way. It's not going to be absent of fear. It's not going to be absent of red days, any of that. But what it will have is me continuing to push, continuing to grind, continue to make content. Just think about, like, zoom out for 9. I've been doing this for 9 months with Solnick. And think about what we've accomplished in 9 months. Now multiply that by a decade. Multiply that by a decade. Did Trump win Pennsylvania? I don't think so. Not yet. Only 33% reporting. Yeah, there's still a way to go on that. Yeah, they're going to hold that one out for like weeks if they can. Have a good night. MAGA. You too, bro. Have a good night. DCA is the way. We finna hit 73K all-time high live tonight. Is my beard going to be safe tonight? 72.9K. We are officially 7,000 away from my beard being safe. Can it happen tonight? Live. Somebody, you know the funny thing too? Somebody literally commented on my video today and was like, get those beard clippers ready. 700. That shit would be crazy. What is 700, Georgia? I vote as a community for you not to shave your beard. Listen, we not. Oh, 7,000 away. It's not about to happen, Humble Journey. I didn't bet it for fun. I didn't bet it to be a loose cannon. I bet it because I really think we're going to 100K by Christmas. If I'm keeping it a buck with you, I really think we're going to 100K by Christmas. But that'd be too scary. No, not tonight. No. By Christmas is the bet. Someone said it today, though, to get those beard clippers ready. Yeah, by Christmas is when it has to happen. I bet that at about 55K, somewhere around there is when I bet that. Just looking out for that beard, buddy. Everything's risky. Everything, yeah, that's right. Driving to work is risky. Going swimming is risky. Everything, there's nothing that is free of risk. Where is the most secure place on Earth? Prison. Prison is the most secure place on Earth. Oh, no, it ain't. Ha! Security is not the thing that you want, Heather. You want freedom. Being adverse of risk is not the thing that you want. Go full Manchu. 220,000. What's the total in? That's a pretty large margin. They haven't called it yet on Georgia. John Deaton lost Massachusetts. 4.3 million votes in Georgia. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, they still haven't called Georgia. What's he still up by? Yeah, he's I feel like he's gaining on her. Or he's widening the... Even though I think Trump will win, I'm not getting carried away until we start winning swing states. Yeah. That's true. Harris gonna work at McDonald's. Holy shit. Well, she did come from a middle-class family. Yeah, he's like widening the margin. Now, we haven't got any of, California, obviously, is going to be a pretty big state. But I think he started the night at like 3.2 when I started the stream. Bitcoin has broken 73K. $73.1K. Beautiful. I'm feeling unburdened by what has been. Hey, Ski, what's up, fam? What up, brother? Hello, I need food. Smash all-time high. Can we do it tonight? Listen, we get a daily close above all this. We're pretty damn close. We need about another... I want to see a daily body close. 73,900. And I think it could be pretty insane after that. Listen, I preached it until I'm blue in the face. I preached it until I'm purple in the face. I preached it, but it's boring, boring, boring until it's not. Thank you for the roses, bro. I appreciate you. Is my 4 million Sonic bot? Is my 4 million Sonic bot to make me a millionaire? Physical year 2025. Good possibility. My low case is $75 million market cap. Medium case is 1 billion, which would make you a 4 millionaire. So we would need to get to about $25 million market cap. I think that that's very possible. I don't know if it'll do it by 2025, but it will eventually do it. I know that much. 73.8 was all-time high. That's right. 73.8 was the all-time high. We're very close to taking that out. We're at 73.1 right now. But 75 million is what I think the minimum that we're going to get to by the end of the bull market. And so what is that? That's about, that would make you 300,000, 400,000. How about some of these NFTs? Did you ever get the group? Did I ever give you that link? DNX, please. I didn't get it. Okay. Please remind me. And I will send you that link. I'm sorry that you haven't got that. I'll give you that. I'll give that out to you very soon. DNX. DNX, I think, is working on accumulation. This is the spring of accumulation. I think that this is the best value that DNX has been yet. How long will the bull market run? 2025. Into 2026, maybe. 73.2, guys. 73,200. And he's gaining. 4.1 million is now the difference. Not gaining, but widening, actually. Widening the margin. The cream will rise to the top.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
I forgot all of those little gifts that you guys have. We're going to be doing a lot more for the subscribers starting tomorrow. Do you teach swing trading? I do, Paul. So every he's got the moon. Every live stream starting tomorrow, not tonight, but about the last 15 to 30 minutes, we're going to do in-depth TA on whatever the subscribers want to look at. It's going to be subscribers only. About the last 15 minutes or so. So make sure you guys become a subscriber on TikTok / member on YouTube. Because we're going to start doing a lot more. Like, we're going to still bring the same value. It's going to be an hour and a half plus regular, normal. But I'm just going to add, in addition to that, some extra value towards the people who support me. And I appreciate you guys. Private tutoring available. I have a course. The subscribers get access to weekly videos where I teach lessons. Bitcoin is running new all-time high. Let's go. Yeah, so I upload every single week on there. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. China's. I hope I'm saying your name right. But yeah, that's right. You get access to that as well. $73,100. I would love for us to break a new all-time high tonight. I would love that. Make sure you guys are spamming the like button, hitting that share so other people can spam the like button. So bag is Solna, Kihi, Flux, Crow, ADA, VET, ICP, Link, Rose, LCX, AVAX, Dent. Thoughts? Joe, you have a solid-ass bag. I can tell you've been following me for a while. I think all of those are going to perform extremely well. That's my thoughts. How is that, Webb, you're part of the group, right? You're part of the group, right? Joey, thanks for subscribing, bro. I appreciate you. You savage.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
How's that 3x long looking? Is Crow going to an all-time high? I think a very good possibility, but even if it doesn't, you're looking at about a 7x, and you'll take that all day. You'll take that all day of the week. It's up to 201. He officially got Ohio, which that wasn't, really anything of surprise. He's continuing to widen the gap on the popular vote as well. Let's go, Sonic. Let's keeping this money. Let's go, David. Keep DCAing, brother. DCA is the way. Joey, I don't know if you're still here, brother, but thanks for subscribing. You now get access to all my videos. I just posted one a couple of days ago, or maybe yesterday. So I upload videos like that weekly. And then also, starting tomorrow, we're going to be doing subscriber-only chat the last 15 minutes of the live streams, which are going to be reviewing whatever coins you guys want in depth. So thank you for your support. California popular vote, huge for the Dems, yeah. But I mean, it's not a popular vote contest. 20x is child's play. Yeah. Keep spamming the like button, guys. Hitting the share. Bro, imagine if California got flipped. Imagine. There's no way. 73,400. We are very close to making a new all-time high. 73,500. Imagine if Bitcoin makes my beard safe tonight. Pennsylvania is 0.1% difference. Jesus. That's insane. Keep spamming that like button, guys. Hitting that share. Dropping a follow. Don't just lurk. Drop a follow. Subscribe on YouTube. Yeah, no, it would never happen. But what if it did? But what if it did? Hey, boo, boo, boo. Came over here, show some love on this channel. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. Sonic 2024. Let's go. Sonic is looking very good. Beautiful. And we're just getting started, baby. Again, I want to reiterate, it's not going to be a perfect. It's not going to be a straight line up. I'm not going to be perfect. There's going to be bumps along the way. There's going to be fear. There's going to be red days. All of that. I'm not promising you any of that stuff. But what I am promising you is I will continue to grind my face off. I will continue to make content, help as many people as humanly possible, develop Solnic, and do that as long as there is blood in my veins. I will be doing that. That's what I promise you. The only red day going to be Orange Man. Yeah, he's doing pretty good right now. He needs 69 more. New all-time high. Bitcoin looks like it's about to make one. Bitcoin has officially made a new all-time high on a wick. Can we get, we're officially 6,100. Nope, we're officially $6,000 away from my beard being safe tonight. It's time. She's running. Look at that. It's boring, boring, boring until it is not, ladies and gentlemen. It is boring, 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 boring until it is not, ladies and gentlemen. How many times did I preach it until I'm blue in the face? 74,300. It's time. Come on now. Now we need to let me pump. I'm excited. I'm gonna high five with you. Pump the brakes a little bit. I want to see a daily body close on top of all of this, and that's gonna be it. Good night, Charlene. I mean, shit. We're about to be 75K right now. We're about to be 75K right now. We are officially $5,400 away from my beard being safe. Make that $5,200 away. It is boring, boring, boring until it is not, ladies and gentlemen. How many times did I preach it until I was blue in the face? We're officially $5,000 away from my beard being safe. I kind of want to see you. Well, listen, you can go look at my video when I was in the army. There's a picture of me without a beard. If you want to see me without a beard, stalk my Instagram. How about that? LCX, brother, $1 to $2. I think LCX is extreme value. Looking very good right now, guys. What's your Instagram? All my socials are the same. YABOYSKEY. 100K tonight. It could happen, honestly. If we get that daily body, I want to see the daily body on top of everything. That would signify it being done. And it would go very quickly if that were to happen. And I'm not like, listen, guys, like how many months have I talked about this moment? Total just crossed 2.439 trillion. Let's go. Crypto country, let's ride. What time is the daily? The body right now is at 72,000, which is pretty good. 74,500. What do you think? What do I think of what, Jay? What happens tomorrow of Bitcoin? Listen, my whole thesis is not about tomorrow. It's not about next week. It's about next year. 62% of Virginia is winning by 50,000. I just made a video about that, but $207,000 by 2025 is my target for that. Things are looking very good. The total cross 650 billion. It's running, guys. Listen. Don't doubt me. DCA onto Sonic. We've mapped this out every step of the way. I know it took longer than we wanted. And I'm not willing to say that we're where we need to be, but things are looking very promising for crypto right now. Very, very promising. Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania. Damn, that's crazy. Did Jim Cramer say that Kabbalah was gonna win? I don't know. Did he? Reverse Kramer, here we go. When are they going to call Georgia? Big D became a subscriber, a 7-month subscriber. Thanks for your support, brother. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Let's go, guys. We gotta watch center rates, Montana. We need. That'll be nice. What's the Senate? Yeah. They've already flipped one seat. Back at 73.9. Yeah, this is looking good for Bitcoin, though. Oh, we found a good bit of support. I don't want the Senate to be 50-50. Yeah. I'm gonna 1 second on the Solnic account. Trump up 2% in Pennsylvania. Damn. He's up 5 million votes now. Insane. $100 million short got liquidated. $74,800. Insane. Beautiful. So did last time. Yeah. Are we going up from here, or is there going to be a turnaround? Well, it's not going to be a straight line up, but generally, this is the move that we have mapped out for months. And months and months and months. But yeah, I think Bitcoin by 2025 is going to be, by the end of 2025, is going to be $207,000. By the end of 2025, I think that Solnic at a minimum is going to be, $75 million market cap. 90% on Poly market. Damn. $75K. I wonder when they're going to call. Market is diabolical. Yeah. But we've Doge would go where? I think Doge is going to do about a 5 to 10x. What price prediction is $75 million market cap? That's 7.5 cents. Maybe about 8 cents per coin. Somewhere in there. ICP to 200? I don't think so. 100 is what I think. It's possible. Like IC winner, I don't think that that's like crazy. No, I don't, because I think that the bull market is literally about to start for real. The bet is that I made back at 55,000 is Bitcoin would be 80K or higher before Christmas. I said I would shave my beard if Bitcoin did not get above $80,000. And I made that bet. Here's the secret. Not because I thought it was going to 80K, but because I thought it was going to 100K. Don't still see Quant 700 is not performing well. It will, don't worry. Quant already performed very well in the bear market. That's what you have to factor in. Subski, how's Solnic looking? Solnic's looking amazing. Beautiful. We've held support on top of the prior all-time high, especially looking at the daily candles. It's beautiful, honestly. Thomas, thanks for the chili and the donut, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
I appreciate you, fam. Make sure you guys spam the like button, hitting the share so other people can spam the like button. It looks like Trump has officially widened his lead to 5 million votes at this point. Yeah, and Cameron, if you're just now joining too, the big news for Solnic is in March, we're working with a company that you're going to be able to buy Solnic directly using Apple Pay, Google Pay, a credit card, debit card, any way that you can buy anything. You will be able to buy Solnic directly using nothing more than a Google account. So that is the big news. And the hardest thing about crypto in general is onboarding new people. What is easier than having a Gmail account? I don't know. So that is the big news. That's going to be available roughly March. More information is to come, but that will eventually be available. Bitcoin is ripping. I know it. Just like I said with Bitcoin, it's the same thing with Solnic. It's going to be boring, boring, boring until it's not. And then when it gets into the until it's not phase, it's very quick, fast, in a hurry. What numbers could we see, brother man, on what? Looks like red will take President, House, Senate, popular. That would be insane. 5.1. He's still gaining his lead. Alt season by the end of the year. I think it'll start, like, we're going to feel the heat, but like the proper alt season I think is going to be in 2025. We're going to feel stuff moving for sure, but I think that the proper alt season is going to be in 2025. Yeah. The House got 2 seats. Do you think correction once election settles? It's not gonna be a straight lineup, no. But what I do think is by Christmas we're gonna be above $80,000. We'll probably be above $100,000. That's what I think. Doesn't Bitcoin dominance need to have? Yeah, that's right. That's right. And we're about to top out, in my opinion, but we still got some work to do. But the altcoins will continue to rise as Bitcoin dominance rises. But that's right. When Bitcoin dominance really falls off a cliff is when we're going to have alt season. Why are so many influencers talking early peak Q20? Listen, bro. Every influencer in 2022 was saying that Bitcoin was going to 10K. Every influencer in 2022 was saying that Bitcoin was going to 10 or 12K. I don't really care what every other influencer is saying. I don't watch. People ask me all the time, like, who do you watch? I don't. And there's a specific reason for that. I don't watch any other influencer for a reason. The reason is I'm going to live and die by my own sword. My opinions, right, wrong, or indifferent, are going to be my opinions. I'll buy it with crypto. Yeah. Uncalled races. Won't be long. That's how we'll be, bro. He says, my portfolio is up 15K. Let's go, bro. Love that for you. Trump needs... He's got 5.3 lead now. He needs 63 more electoral college. What X on Shiba? About a 5 to 10X, I think. The Senate has gained 1 seat. And the House has gained 2 seats. You guys are spamming the like button, hitting the share, so other people can spam the like button. Get your DCAs in now. It will be boring, boring, boring until it's not. And then it will be everything, everywhere, all at one time. If I've said that once, I've said it 10,000 times. But the truth doesn't change, no how many times I say it, or no how much who says it, or no matter how much time passes, the truth does not change. Period. Can't beat the orange man. We'll see. 88% in Georgia. He's up 158,000. So she's gaining on him a little bit in Georgia. 5.4 million. He's continuing to widen the margin. I just made a video about that. Base ball kid. 207,000 by the end of 2025. But if you want to check that video out, it's one of my most recent videos. What will happen if each candidate wins for cryptocurrency? It's a pretty good video. New all-time high for Bitcoin. We did make a new all-time high today already. Excuse me. LCX, $1 to $2 for LCX. I think LCX is extremely undervalued right now. What's up, Ski? What's up, fam? What up, bro? Sonic's up. Bitcoin's up. I know that much. I may not be a smart man. What is LCX? I mean, sure, bro. In the micro amount of time, sure. But like, what is the policy for the orange man? 1 million Bitcoin will be bought. There's only about 10 million for sale. All right, I know there's technically 21 million, but people like me have donated whole ass Bitcoins to the ether that will never be bought or sold ever again. There's approximately 10 million Bitcoins that can never be bought or sold. So if he's going to buy 1 million Bitcoin, there's only 10 million for sale. That's not factoring in other countries, other corporations that are going to front run that. Like, I wouldn't be worried about the week, the daily, or the hourly of what's going to happen, fam. Tell me what's going on, please. Well, right now, Trump is leading by 5.2 million popular votes. The Electoral College right now is Harris has 91. Trump has 207. And Bitcoin made a new all-time high today on a wick to about $75,000. Solnick is sitting at about 4.2 last I checked. I don't know if that's still the case, but that's what it was. If Trump wins, we'll see 100,000 Bitcoin tonight. It's very possible. He's up in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. This, wow, thanks. Thanks for the update, Ski. Let's go. Oh, and the big news for Solnick, too. If you're just joining, the big news for Solnick is in March, we're working with a company, and you're going to be able to buy Solnick directly using Apple Pay, Google Pay, a credit card, debit card, any way that you can buy anything. You will be able to buy Solnick directly, and all you will need is a Google account, and you'll be able to buy Solnick directly. So that is the big news for Solnic. That's going to be rolled out in about March. What up, fam? Been a minute. Bitcoin is ripping. That's out of the night. It's not even exchange. It's just going to be Google. It'll be like you'll create your own wallet like that. But that's going to be in March. The biggest roadblock for crypto in general is onboarding new people. Everyone has a Google account virtually. So basically everyone is going to be able to buy Solnic starting in March. Are you meant to tell them that? Probably not. But I don't care. It might not be March, but it's going to happen sooner or later. Said 76K. Is it at 76K? Well, what exchange are you looking on that? Trump on ETH up 27%. Let's send Elon and Trump Solnic. You could probably find his base address, honestly. I think his base address is public. So that's the big news for Solnic. Make sure you guys get your DCAs in. Thomas says, hey, Ski, shout out to lovely partner Lowe's. Hopefully I'm saying that right. She's a part of the Solnic family and she's listening. Shout out to you. And thank you for being a part of the Solnic family. My promise to you is not that it's going to be a straight line up. Not that there will never be pullbacks. Not that there will never be red. Not that there will never be scary or fear. I don't promise you any of that. But what I do promise you is I'm going to continue to grind my face off. I will continue to work. I will continue to develop for Solnic. I will continue to bring as much value as I possibly can for every single person as I can, legally, morally, ethically, as long as there's blood pumping through my veins. That's what I promise you. Then tweet that Elon holds Solnic. Yeah, that would be awesome. It says 76,000 on Binance. Interesting. Ski, what can a 35K portfolio do from here? I think you can get to about, I mean, realistically, I think you can get to 300,000 pretty realistically. On some like blue chips. If you play your cards right, you could get that to 1 million. How about 70K? Yeah, about pretty close to 1 million, realistically. 700K. $73.928. Yeah. That's about what I got as well right now. Either way, it's a new all-time high. And that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's pretty much what I mean. Just like taking profit when you're supposed to. I think realistically, just playing it regular, you can expect about a 10x. But there will be some things, like Solnic is going to do more than a 10x in my opinion. Not everything is going to, but yeah. I'm going to wait on the farm, no internet. That's okay, bro. There'll be other opportunities. Just keep DCing. What's up? Keep DCing Solnic. Let's go. Has any states that have any states flipped from last cycle to now? He's at 210 now, so you got another state. H-bar price prediction. Don, H-bar to me is going to be one that I'm going to be accumulating heavily in the bear market of 26. But there was a decent bit of inflation in the last bear market. So I don't think it's going to perform as well as it could have. I still think it could probably do a 5x. But H-bar to me is going to be one that I'm going to be picking up a lot in the bear market. I thought he lost Ohio last time. No, he didn't lose Ohio. I think he had Ohio last time. Not time to call it yet. Vote Bitcoin. You can't lose. That's right, Cali XT. What's the percent on it's time? What's the percent on Georgia? Turbo price target, I think it'll get to about $1 billion market cap. Keep spamming that like button, guys. Hitting the share so other people can spam the like button. Hit the share. VA and PA are tight. I don't think he was expected to win VA either. Cali XC, thank you for the lightning, brother. I appreciate you. He wasn't. It wasn't even a battleground. Yeah, I don't think he was expected to win that one. He keeps widening his... Every time I look, his lead has widened on the popular vote. I mean, California hasn't started counting yet, but... 48 seats now for the Senate. They've gained 3 seats in the House already. Wouldn't that be nice? I have 40K in so far. Keep DCAing, brother. DCA is the way. DCA is the way. Say it with me. It takes all the stress out. It takes all the anxiety out. Dan, the man. You need a car. You need a van. Call Dan the car man. Bro, I appreciate you for the $6.99 donation, you savage.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
He says, you got to trumpet, don't you? You know, trumpet up. Sorry for the shitty cadence dollar, Canadian dollar. Bro, I appreciate you, Dan. Appreciate your support. What up, Ski? What's up, fam? You know what's up? Sonic is up. Bitcoin is up. Morale is up. Hope is up. Your boy Ski's TA is up again. The chances that your boy Ski's beard will be safe come Christmas time is up again. My portfolio is up. He's almost up 6 million. That's insane. Sonic Hihi Soba, the 3 best mint coins going to the moon. We're going to Jupiter, baby. But yeah, I think, listen, honestly, like, I think that all 3 of those are a different thing than other meme coins, honestly. Like, it's not the same thing. Really. Bitcoin hit a new all-time high. Yes, sir. We're 8 donations away on YouTube of hitting our goal. If we hit our goal, we'll do a Sonic giveaway. How about that? What do you think about Bosa? I'll take a look at that. Hold him forever, brother. $80,000 by Christmas. I made that bet at about 55K. Wouldn't be calculated red for sure. Very reasonable. Suey's on fire, bro. Is it? Might be cooked. I'm just kidding. Out of the night. Thank you for the hat and mustache, bro. I appreciate you. Yeehaw!
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Watch it hit 79,999. Don't you wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Low-key, we might hit that tonight. 77% Biden last time. Damn, that's insane. Imagine if he won New York. Get him, cowboy. As long as Ski is a hairy beard, December 2024, it's great. It's only got by 1 million today. What's the forecast from here? Alts, please. Brother, it's nothing has changed. We predicted this every step of the way. All right, so here's the deal. Bitcoin's going to get to 80,000 before Christmas. The real number is 100,000. I bet 80,000 on my beard at 55,000. The real number is 100,000. Altcoins are going to feel the heat of that. When Bitcoin dominance rolls over, altcoins are going to go crazy in 2025. I haven't changed one time from that. Most things with good supply, aka low to no inflation, are going to 5, 10, 15x. Trump just took Iowa. We haven't changed it up one time, brother. Not once. Will Alex change his tune if Trump wins? I think Alex is going to change his tune if the market, if he gets signs from the market. Yeah, I don't think he's married to anything. Would you roll Bitcoin into alts? Yes, I will. I will be doing that. Not all of them, but a percentage, yes, absolutely. I will absolutely be doing that around 80 to 100K. Not all of it, again, but a percentage, yes. Because that's when the alts are going to really start to run like crazy. I will never sell 20% of my Bitcoin forever. So 20% of what I hold in Bitcoin is forever. That's for my grandkids. Do you think Trump will win? I thought Trump would win before this started. I definitely think so now. It's not over, but bring on retail traders, right? Literally. Literally. What are we looking like on Bitcoin? 74,300. We already hit 75,000, so technically we're only 5,000 away. How many Bitcoin do you think are lost forever? 10 million. Listen, I've donated a couple myself. Promise you that. Back in 2014, I donated a few myself. When people say, Bitcoin's going to zero, I say, no, it's impossible. I donated a couple to the market cap just for you guys. Just to make sure that it would never go to zero, I donated a few to the market cap. Did you see Doge? Yeah, Doge is looking. I think Doge is going to get to a 5x, 10x. Do you have a portfolio of holdings for US to? Yeah, all my all the people that have 2 NFTs or more, the members on TikTok, you all get access. The members on YouTube and the members on Patreon all get access to my portfolio holdings every time I buy or sell outside of my normal DCAs. How much to pay Discord? I don't have a paid Discord. I have a Patreon. I have members on YouTube, TikTok, And then you can buy 2 NFTs and get lifetime access. That's 0.66 sold. Think about Pepe. I think Pepe will do it 5 or 10x. Bitcoin's at all-time high. Let's go. Oh, it's time. It's boring, boring, boring until it's not. Can you please repeat the requirements to see your trades? Beto, if you become a member, subscriber on TikTok, that's one way. You can become a member on YouTube. That's another way. You can become a member on Patreon. That's another way. You could buy 2 of the Solnic NFTs and get lifetime access. That's the 4th way. Shiba prediction, about a 10x. Nick. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? 5.5. He's still widening the lead. Can I go and send the donation? Send a donation where? Peanut is up. Did you see Bitcoin break 75K? I did. JC, I only need 5,000 more for my beard to be safe. If you don't know, I bet my beard at 55,000. I said we'd go to 80K before Christmas or I would shave my beard. Are you in the whale chat, Krypton? You can type in donations in the whale chat and it will come up. I'll get it for you if not. Sui, I think, is working on distribution. Who do you think will win? I thought before this started that Trump would win. Nothing I've seen right now leads me to believe that that's not going to happen. And a full body wax. Yep. Price target on Sui. I think it's working on distribution, aka the top. Let's go, Solnic, to an all-time high tonight. If we all buy $50 and hodl, it'll do it. And a bleaching. I didn't bet a bleaching Irish Dano. But it ain't happening either way. My God. 5.5 million lead. What was all of California last time? 48 seats in the Senate. 15 seats are unclaimed. Cliff's not here, so someone has to start. All right, that's fair enough. Fair enough. 3 seats gained in the House. How's Bitcoin looking? 74.2. Looking pretty good. What I want to see by Bitcoin, by the way, guys, I'm going to just like show you. See this right here? I want to see a body like this. And that would signal like this is it for real. Actual factual. Think you're wrong on Sui. Okay. It could go to the 3618, but it's already at the 2618. I will look at Sui real quick. No, I don't think so. There's a lot of inflation on Sui, for the record. And I said it could get back to, what did I say? It could get to about $7.2 billion market cap. I don't think it's going much more than that. I think it has another 17, 18% in it. That's it. That's what I think. Another 20% in it, and then that's it. Narratives, Solana killer. I don't care about narratives, bro. Listen, how many times have you ever heard me say this narrative, that narrative? Never. What's Solnic's all-time high? On the daily, we're at it. On a wick, 6 million. Once we get above that, the difference between 6 million and 25 million, or the difference between 6 million and 15 million, 20 million, is very, very fast. It's just going to be like everything else. Boring, boring, boring until it is not. And then the until it is not phase is very, very quickly. Very quick. Very fast. Very much in a hurry. Solnic's at 4.4 right now. Looking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Sol just flipped BNB. Damn, that's crazy. That's actually insane. Let Orange Man cook. Dude, he's about to have a 5.6 million lead. Is the election results finalized? No, they're not. We're going to the then it's not phase. Very much. Exactly. Wolf is pumping. Everything is pumping. When Bitcoin is up, everything is up. Bitcoin is the sun of the market. When the sun rises, that is when you feel the heat. Not before. When Bitcoin gets above 85K is when we launch. That's when we launch, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He's up 140,000, 90% left. Damn, with 2%, she closed a decent gap, though. Says Trump 2024, red wave. It looks like it. There's only 2 more seats until they have that. 3, technically, to actually control it. They picked up 3 seats on the House so far. That's the more important thing, by the way. Just those 2. That's who actually passes the bills and the laws. That's the more important one as far as like legislation goes. Way exponentially more important. It's not particularly close. Let's go. Bitcoin just hit a new all-time high. It sure did. What's it at? I would love for my beard to be safe tonight. Yeah, 74,000. This is the new all-time high. I want to see us get a body daily close on top of that, and that is going to be all she wrote. Billing on FTX price target. So what is there, like 2 counties left in Georgia? Like, what the hell is the holdup? What are they waiting for? Damn it! What is all of? What was all of? What is all of 2020? What was that? It's Atlanta. They're absolutely horrible every time. Especially for Solnic. Absolutely. Trump gets Pennsylvania. It's over. Oh, he still has to get Georgia, though. He's almost at 5.8 million. What was all of California in 2020? What was like every single vote? What was that? Like how many people voted in California last time? Does anybody know? $17.8 million. Wow. Okay, so when alts move, when Bitcoin gets above 85K, when well, the alts will move with that, but when the alt season is going to be as Bitcoin is rising and Bitcoin dominance is falling. Will there be another dip that'll be up by? There'll always be another dips. But generally, I think that the bull market is starting for real. By November 15th, in my opinion, we are going to be clearly out of this range. There will always be more dips. It will never go straight line up. Never. Never, 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 never. Never, 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 never. Never, 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 never. All right, guys, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna get some water. Spam that like button. Hit the share. Drop a follow. I'll be right back. All right. What did I miss? Bitcoin will pump so hard it will cause a blackout. Get water. Then bathroom, more efficient. I did it wrong. Sorry, guys. He's up in Pennsylvania, Carolina, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, and Michigan. Bozo Soba, shout all-time highs with Bitcoin. What I missed, guys? Penny has the lightning or the moon. KV, thank you for the lightning, brother. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Damn, he's about to have a 6 million vote lead right now. Insane. All right, what's the price of Bitcoin at? Damn. Sonic's at about 404, looking beautiful. Bitcoin at about 74.5, new all-time high. Come on. It's time. Doge is looking good. Yeah, I think Doge will do about a 5 or 10x. The best, you did say after your camping trip, Bitcoin will be all-time high. That's right. KV, thanks for the W's, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Yeah, we're looking good, guys. I think they'll both perform well. Doge has a lot more inflation, though. Gucci Chicago says, hi, brother. What's up, fam? How's it looking over there in Chicago? Can't sleep. It's 5 a.m. here. It's an all night, bro. Says, have a beer, bro. Should I chase the green candles? DCA. DCA will... Huge jump in electoral votes. Yeah, she probably got, what is it, Washington, Oregon, California, maybe. I mean, those are not surprises for sure. The weather just got done raining in California, yeah. No surprises. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So she got California. Which, I mean, like, come on. It doesn't even, they didn't even count anything. They just said, we're just going to go ahead and give this to her just in case, because this is looking bad. Trump will take California. Did you watch it? XRP Unleash? She must have put her head down and went, oh no. Looks like Harris got California, yeah. Which is weird because it looks like they haven't even started counting it yet. It's like, all right, it's open and it's closed. Like, what? Says, not finished advice, but if we up. Thanks. My rule is about a 1x generally. Cali XE says, Bitcoin hits 75K, I'll shave my head, even though I'm bald. Bitcoin already hit 75K during this live stream. It already hit it. It's at 74.3. Yeah, you got to get the shaving, Callie. I'll go cow tip him. Crypto Jim says, Ski predicts crypto like the Simpsons predict everything. Listen, I'm going to keep it a buck with you guys. Once you figure out how this game works, it's pretty damn predictable. And in order to do that, you got to understand how the apex predators run things. My advice, bro, says, should I buy some Bitcoin or better wait? DCA, bro. DCA. That means buy a little bit every week, and then you don't have to worry about the anxiety or the stress. Just buy a little bit every week. That's the best thing to do. You and Gata. By tomorrow? None of my predictions are by tomorrow, bro. Explain, please. I have a full course for all the members on TikTok, YouTube, and Patreon, and the 2 NFT holders. But we go over this all the time. But basically, Wyckoff is the way. But, you know, the apex predators prey on your emotions. That's what it is. Fear and greed. All of the scariest moments are almost always at the bottom. Period. But yeah, just make sure you follow me. I'll go into it some more tomorrow. This live stream. What's your input for 2025? For where's the full course, bro? You're a member. It's the exclusive. It's the Patreon videos. I'll give you Doohickey Wop. I'll give you access to the Discord and the Telegram. Make sure you send me a message. Some good info. Good perks and subbing. Some good info. Thank you, Pending. Appreciate that. I saw something that says cow tipping is 100% a myth. I do not know. You still drink coffee, bro? Yeah, of course. Love me some coffee. Do you think they're going to pull something crazy? I don't know. He's got a pretty damn big lead. I think it's going to be hard. I don't know. There hasn't really been any surprises yet, though. By the end of November, I think we're going to make a new all-time high. Yeah, I upload weekly, bro, on TikTok. It's those Patreon videos. And then there's lessons that I put in there as well. Drop in one county. Way more X's on Solnic. That is technically true, but I do advise that you have both. First weird thing I saw from 90% rotates to Georgia. No chance now, 88%. I don't like when I see something like that. Still waiting for Georgia. Hey V, thanks for the postcard, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Whoever wins Ohio will win it all. Trump already won Ohio. Did we get to see the results by tonight? I don't know. What time is it now? Maybe. Not fully sure how your elections works. LOL, asking from Canada. Well, there was one election before 2020 that ever went into overtime. And that was the Al Gore debacle. But I think, honestly, like, just how I'm jaded with the market, I understand that money runs the show. And I am pretty jaded towards that towards now. Unless he absolutely, completely landslides it, I think it's going to be a while. Because here's the deal. Fox, CNN, NBC, ABC, all these news outlets, like, this is their Super Bowl. This is their most viewed event. And that's a lot of revenue that they're generating. So how can they, like, continue to generate more revenue? They can prolong this thing out. And I hope that that doesn't happen. But, you know, I'm just like, I'm very cynical about how the market works and how everything works, for that matter. I'm very jaded towards money runs the show. But generally, though, the Electoral College, like, each state is worth a different amount. Whoever gets to 271st is the winner. Fake news? What's fake news, bro? Browns, not that bad. Yeah, bro, they're trash. What does yellow mean on the map? It means that it's uncalled. It's not over. Who wants Taco Bell? I'll buy it with my Bitcoin gains. Reds just won the Senate seat in Ohio. 50 seats. Nice. What's the potential ROI for Flux versus VT Quant? Flux, I think, will get to $13 to $17. VT, 40 cents, 69 cents. Quant, $700 to $1,300. So there's, you can do the math on that. Those are all my targets for those, though. Looks like she's gaining on his 6 million lead. Back down to 5.862. Oh, see, I see what you're saying, Digital Candy. I'm not aware of any airdrop. Here's the deal, though, bro. Marco. Here's the deal. If you get an airdrop and you can just sell it straight up, then that's fine. If you get an airdrop and it says to go to this website and redeem here, that's a scam. Does that make sense? If it says redeem here, that's a scam. And what will happen if you redeem it is it will redeem all of your wallet to their wallet. That's what's going to happen. Thank you for the chili, you savage, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Do you give suggestions? Yeah, I give suggestions. Absolutely. I mean, I can't give you financial advice, and I always lead with, like, hey, this isn't financial advice, because I'm not a financial advisor. I can't legally give you financial advice. But I do say, here's how I would play it with the knowledge that I have if it's a game. I need to become a scammer in crypto to make more average. What goes around comes around, bro. There's a karmic law. If you take from the universe, it will take back from you 3 times over. Due to the Mev bot? Yeah. He gave me a suggestion. Only shake it twice. Any more than that, I'm playing with myself. Exactly. What were Macho Man's final words? What were they?
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
That's what they were. I think some of your foam pads are falling off. I think you might be right, bro. Those have been up there for years. Thank you for the lightning, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Do you think Harris will catch him and win? I don't think so. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I don't think so. Did you already make 7 figures in crypto? Yes. I made enough. I've made enough in crypto to quit my 9-to-5 security job and do content full time. That's how much I made. I need wife convincing, or listen, wife convincing. Wife convincing. That's a joke. It's a joke. I happily married to my wife. Wife convincing money. How long did it take you to make it in crypto, and what did you start with? I started in 2014. I would say the one that really changed my life, though, like I made some money in 2021, but I lost some money too. Not 2021, excuse me, 2017. Like I made a lot of money. I made more money than I lost, but I definitely had some big L's like Dash in 2017. 2018 is when I really buckled down and like went all in. And I made a lot of money in 2021. And I've already made a lot of money I buckled down even harder in 2022. And that's when I really started like teaching a lot more. And I made a lot more money from 2022, even just till now, I've made a lot more money. I convinced my wife to get into crypto. She started with Solnick. Let's go, Irish Daniel. Yeah, wife convincing money. Let me change that slogan. No, don't leave your wife. That's crazy talk. Wife convincing money. It's funny how many friends and family I got into Solnick. I love that, bro. DCA all the way. She built up over 1 million coins. Let's go. How many hard conversations was there? What's the popular vote at? 53. Hold on. So the Senate is 49-39. The Republicans have gained 2 seats right now. The House is 162 to 112, and the Republicans have gained 2 seats on that as well. They did have 3, so it looks like they lost 1. And the popular vote is... Hold on. 53.5 million to 47.86 million. They loving me because they're all in the green. 1 million, one small loan of $1 million. We're gonna make $1 million great again. A lot of people said that Solnick wasn't going to Jupiter. I told him, I said, listen, it's going to Jupiter. This guy, he doesn't. Who went independent? Thank you for the tiny dinies, bro. I appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you, brother. Bro, when are they going to give us Georgia? I said us. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. There's a Senate that's independent. We're going to fire Gary Gensler's day one. A lot of people hate him. I didn't know he was that unpopular. Puerto Rico went red tonight. XRP, $5 to $14 is my target for that. So we have about 500,000 more votes to come in. Should get 3.8 to win. Cali XT, thank you for the chili, you savage, bro.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
How likely are we to drop back below 70K? Depends on where we go to. Right now, it's still on the cards. If we like get a full body candle above it, I think it's very unlikely until the next bear market. Bitcoin trying to flirt with a new all-time high. It already made one earlier today. A lot of people said your boy Skeet's price predictions are no good. I said he knows what he's talking about. When do you think XRP will reach $3? 2025. Today's a historic day for Bitcoin. When Google Pay, it should be in March of 25 is our target. That might be testosterone time, but it'll be sometime in 2025. Early to mid 2025. So they're at 49, but there's an independent. Any other cat memes you like? No. I mean, is he a cat? It's a fox, I guess. No, there's no. North Carolina just went Trump, and that one was that was a toss up. No. How we move? Uh-oh, I think my phone just died. Uh-oh. Huh. Whoops. Sorry if you're watching on the TikTok live. My phone just died. Plug it in. $5.8 million lead in the popular vote. North Carolina was red 0. Was red in 2020. Okay, so that wasn't really any different. Senate. Oh, yeah, so the independents did gain a Senate seat. So that means that the Republicans already have a tied majority at 49. Yeah. So that means that the Republicans have already tied the Senate. So at worst, it'll be a split. Because there's an independent that has a seat now. So at worst, it will be 49-49 with one independent. Hope they will actually vote Trump's policies. Humble one, or humble journey. My phone died, bro. It's on the charger now. We'll let it get a little bit of juice. 5.8 million view. Like, this is, I don't know. I don't think it was like, I thought it was like closer in 2020 at this time. Like, I know some shady stuff happened, but it wasn't like, it was like 49 to 51 or 52, 48 to 50. It wasn't like 46 though. So let's see what happens here. There's a couple more battlegrounds. I think they only need one more to have a firm. ETH, I think ETH will go to 7,000 this bull market. Okay, so now it's saying 51.9. But there's a lot of independents. She only has 46. You hurt so many people's feelings when you say that. When I say what? Ski, I need a portfolio analysis. I got you, Megan. Send me a DM, please. 10 to 13. We can set up a call. What do I have to do to get a portfolio analysis? If you just want a spreadsheet, you can become tier 2 of Patreon or tier 2 of YouTube. Or you can buy you can buy 3 NFTs. But if you want to do a call, you have to set that up with me. If you want to do a call, that's different than just a review. Because I'll give you like, because I offer 2 different services, like a review of my critiques, positives, negatives, what I would do, what I like, what I would do differently, and then exit strategy. That just kind of comes with your spreadsheet. But if you want to do a call, like that's a different thing. Yeah, 5 NFTs. Or I have an hourly rate, but you have to DM me for that. We're going to do more Solna giveaways? Yeah, we will. We'll do more Solna giveaways. For sure. I got 100K Solna before. Hopefully you still have it, bro, because it's worth a lot more money than when I gave it. How late is it where you're at? My phone is not turning on for some reason. I think it's like 11 o'clock. Need someone to tell me what to do? No suggestions? I can tell you what to do. I just can't give you financial advice. It was 40 USD before. Damn, bro, that's tough. It's like $500 now. PM. It's 10:30 p.m. 10:28 p.m. here. Hopefully you still got it. Someday it'll be worth 100,000. I have it. Let's go, bro. Yeah, someday it'll be worth 100,000. Oh, she's gaining on the popular vote. I mean, this is because California's coming in. Looks like the Democrats gained another seat in the Senate. And the House is still even. We won't be doing any 100,000 Solna giveaways if that's what you're asking. Rich says, what would you do if you had no crypto and want to buy on Trump? Rich, I have a video like 3 or 4 videos ago. If I had no money and I was investing into, and I was starting today with the knowledge that I have, and I had $1,000 to start, here's what I would do. I have a video just like that. Says Trump, let's go. Keep DCing, Rax. Ski, let's go. Damn, Sonic's at 4.5. How long you been on today? 3 hours so far. Can Sonic make a new all-time high today? Oh, it looks like the Republicans gained another seat on the House. There's still a lot of seats to go, though. They have a pretty large lead. She's at 172. What did she pick up? Washington? .79. She's picked up 1 million votes. She cut down a 1 million vote lead already. But that's because California votes are coming in. Like, that's going to be a, you know. Harris 187, I think, on Google. Yeah. Solnick TA. That's the same. I mean, I'll do it. Sure. Why not? Coin Market has Sonic at 475. Yeah, they're a little bit behind. That might be right. Let me see. 447. Where is my... All right, so Sonic TA. So we're on the daily. Technically, when we go on the hourly, or like the minute, the 15 minute, the all-time highs was 6 million. But when we're on the daily, all of this is on top of these, right? So these was resistance, like a ceiling, that we couldn't get through twice. But look, we broke through it and back tested it as support. So this now looks like the floor. And it's even crazier on the weekly. Right? So each one of these candles are firmly on top of all of these. Like the first all-time high was just a big old wick on the weekly. But look at this. This is 3 weeks on top of all of this. That's super bullish. super, super bullish. So I think the difference between, like, these are already all-time highs as far as daily and weekly goes. Like, on the more important time frame, this is already all-time high. But as far as us getting to 10, 15, 20 million, I think the difference between 6 million and 15 million could be a single day or week. But that's the next sort of critical level that we got to get above, is about 6 million. And that's going to send us, like, that's going to send us into price discovery. And it's just going to be like, people are going to be FOMOing in like crazy. And that's not, you don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be FOMOing in. DCA. Even my own coin. Like, I don't want you guys to make bad financial choices. I recommend DCA firmly. But yeah, we're firmly on top of all of these right now, which is a beautiful thing. Beautiful, beautiful thing. I would like to see a body close on top of this on 5.2 million. A body close on that, and that would send us into price discovery, in my opinion, on the weekly. So yeah, beautiful. Do you guys want to look at a different coverage? Thank you for the rose, the soccer ball, the ice cream cone, and the heart, bro. I appreciate you.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
It will hit 100 million. I think so, bro. Sooner or later. Who's winning so far? Trump's winning so far. The Democrats look like they got another Senate spot, though. WWE coverage. We're watching it, bro. All right. What channel do you guys want to watch on? This is starting to... Is this the same one? This is the same one, yeah. What do you guys want to watch? I like the one you have. Here's CBS. Yeah, there's like no commercials. Like, we can watch these clowns talk if you want. They could give us their opinions. That's up to you guys. He says, please no. 3 NFTs for lifetime access. 2 NFTs, brother. It's 2 NFTs. 3 is for a portfolio review. Yeah, we'll go back to this. They seem like they're a little bit behind. It says, let's do it. I can't believe they still haven't. Oh, this is the Senate. But still, they still haven't called Georgia? Like, what the fuck? 230 to 172. Doge took off. Yeah. Damn, look at that. 4.9. So most of California is mostly in, except for a few. One. He's gaining his lead again. Yeah, let's look at how they can try to manipulate us. We can learn from. Yeah, I think Doge will do about a 5x. 10 are uncalled on the Senate. Oh, looks like the Democrats are gaining on the Republicans on the House. They need to see how many votes they need to get. Yeah, honestly. What is Georgia worth? what the hell are they holding here? GG's libtards. Let's watch ABC coverage. It's funny. All right, let's do it. Are they freaking out?
Right? She might win it by a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 margin. Then you start to chip away. The suburbs are still very big, and there's a ton of vote there. And just to add this up, you know, that's 228, that's 200, that's 400, that's 750, 800, 900,000 votes. But they'd have to break very decisively for Harris to come through. Certainly plausible, but that doesn't take into account that there still are
they're like
communities that
he says Pennsylvania straight red. We'll turn this up a little bit.
As Rachel talked about before, that previously had looked a little bit bluish, are tilting to the reddish. And when you start to add things up like this and overperform, Donald Trump overperforming his numbers by 4 or 5 points in places like this, 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes there, that is really the story of the night when it comes to the maps.
Governor Christie, what do you make of Pennsylvania? What you're looking at right now?
Liberal.
Well, I spent a lot of time there during my time as governor, and those 900,000 votes in the collar counties in Philly are a big deal. But it just keeps getting tougher and tougher there. You know, you got over a 200,000 vote lead now, so it gets tougher. But that part of it's not over. I look at Michigan and still see Harris.
He looks stressed the hell out.
And as Ryan has said before about Wisconsin, I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out as we sit here now. And the other thing, when you mentioned Moreno before,
my God,
that's a really important seat, assuming they win Montana as well. And given the way this is moving, I think you have to assume that. The reason is that gives him 52 votes in the Senate, not 51. And if you assume that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski might not be amenable to some of the choices a new President Trump might make for his cabinet, 51 would be a potential problem. 52, even if he loses both of them, he gets to 50, and J.D. Vance can break the tie on any controversial cabinet members or judicial appointments. So the Moreno win in Ohio is an incredibly important governing win for Donald Trump, assuming that John Tester is beaten in Montana.
And Sherrod Brown was closer to Moreno than John Tester is to his challenger. And Martha, you've covered that race out in Montana. John Tester trying to hold on to his seat in a very red state, third-generation farmer. But it's going to be tough if you look at the rest of the map
It's going to be tough. And one of the main reasons is they've had people from outside Montana move into Montana. It's kind of like Florida. They have a whole new population in many places in Montana, even though Tester has won, you know, he's trying for his 4th term. It's also a wild race. They have a Navy SEAL, former Navy SEAL, running against him, Tim Sheehy, who has been very controversial because there are charges that he lied about a gunshot wound he got. A park ranger said that he had told her in 2015 that he accidentally shot himself, but he had been telling the story that he got the wound in Afghanistan. Now he is a combat decorated veteran and Navy SEAL, but that particular gunshot wound allegedly did not come from those battles.
Martha, thanks. Let's get back over to Rachel on the rest of the story for Ohio. Obviously, a lot of eyes on John Tester at this point. Yeah. But Sherrod Brown is a major win for the Republicans tonight. The fact that he's now been defeated after trying a couple of times to get him, they got him this time.
Yeah, it's a huge win. And again, David, I just want to go back to the map here because this is important. We talked about the importance of West Virginia, a state that Donald Trump won. Also, Ohio, now that we've called it for Sherrod Brown. This is basically it here in Montana. John Tester, the last statewide Democrat, as Martha just mentioned, Democrats have a razor-thin majority in the Senate. Reminder, Democrats currently holding 51 seats, Republicans holding 49, and they're playing so much defense tonight with 23 seats that they are defending. That's why all eyes are on Montana and that race. And right now, not as we're waiting more vote, it's not looking good for Senator Jon Tester.
Let's race across the map. Can we look at Michigan, the Senate race there? It's an open seat. Debbie Stabenow retiring. Alyssa Slotkin, obviously a member of Congress, who's up against Mike Rogers, also a former member of Congress, and he's got the lead.
He's got the lead. They both represented the same exact part district in Lansing right here. Let's just take a look at how they're doing compared to the top of the ticket here. This is always fascinating for us as we're talking about split ticket voting. We have Slotkin at 56%, Harris at 55%, Mike Rogers 41%, Donald Trump at 42%. This is another one that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled on as well as they make the case in this state too, David.
But overall, statewide, he's in the lead at this point.
Overall, statewide, he is in the lead by 32,000 votes. 38% of the vote in, still a little early.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Bob Casey.
Bob Casey over in Pennsylvania.
Harris,
and this is one where, again, White
Imagine
House
if
also
Joe dies,
crossing roads with control of the Senate. Bob Casey from Scranton,
from
very
November
popular
to
name
January
here in the state. His father was
she
a governor running
president?
against McCormick in this state. Right now, let's take a look here. You have McCormick ahead by 119,000 votes compared to Bob Casey, 81% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well. Let's start with Scranton as well here.
Stressed.
You could just see, let's go back here. You could see.
Says stop it, please,
yeah, just
no.
starting in Scranton, though, just seeing how Harris is doing here. Bob Casey, 53%, Harris at 50%. Let's see how it's doing statewide as well. Overall, Harris at 47%, Casey at 47%, Donald Trump 51%, McCormick 49%.
And so clearly Donald Trump at this point appears to be lifting Dave McCormick to a potential victory over Bob Casey. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here tonight. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat. Where does that look at this hour?
Yeah, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat here. She's been in public office for 40 years at this point. Let's go over to the Senate so we can see how she's doing against Eric Hovde. At this point, he is ahead by about 30,000 votes, 70% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well here so you can see how they're running against the top of the ticket. You have Hovde, 49%, Donald Trump at 50%. He's ahead again by 30,000 votes compared to Tammy Baldwin at 48%. Vice President Kamala Harris at 47%.
So again,
look at her
we haven't
face.
called
She
any
just
of these
looks
races,
sad.
but the portrait that you just showed is a big night for Republicans.
Yes.
In all of these states, it looks like
She's
Tammy
gonna cry in
Baldwin's
the car.
fighting to stay alive in the Senate right now. Bob
She's
Casey
so
fighting
sad.
for his life in the Senate. And in an open seat in Michigan, Mike Rogers is in the lead at this point. John Carl, this is potentially a big night for Donald Trump and all of the Republican Senate candidates who were looking either to fill an open seat or to replace a Democratic incumbent.
Look, it's not over. A lot of votes still to count, but the trend lines are clear. And what you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. We've seen presidents lose and come back. You know, we remember Grover Cleveland coming back, but this is...
You do.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But
We weren't around for that. No, I'm just kidding.
But a president who left the White House the way he left, impeached for the second time, 7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments
I'm
in
watching
4
CNN,
separate
they're
cases,
feeling down. Are they feeling more down than
in
this?
the case in New York.
Is it more
and
funny?
to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the precipice of potentially getting back into the White House is something unlike anything we have ever seen in American history. Even with Donald Trump, we've just never seen something like this. And to see the Republicans in these races,
bro.
we don't know where the House is yet. The House.
Oh shit. They're stressing. Is this the right one?
Up 50.8% to Harris's 48.3%. Donald Trump with 128,000.
Is this the right one?
More votes than Kamala Harris with 92% of.
Thanks for the hat and mustache, bro. Yeehaw!
The cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah.
To Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump.
Thank you for the roses, bro. I appreciate you, Cam. You savage. My God, the 45, 50 roses.
73% of Kamala Harris.
Cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
Is this the right CNN coverage, or is this like a local
That's
channel?
Only 2% of the vote in from Arizona. From Nevada.
Is this the right one?
Boris Sanchez now has some new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate.
Jake, a major moment for Republicans. They have just flipped. They are expected to flip their second.
They're way behind though. They only got 2.
This one coming in Ohio. There, Republican Bernie Moreno defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. Moreno, the owner of some luxury car dealerships, who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach
blockchain technology,
specifically on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived tests in his state before, cannot overcome the political headwinds he is facing. Donald Trump has now won Ohio 3 elections in a row, and it's simply too much for the Bernie Moreno is your new junior senator. Meantime, 4 Democratic
everything, everywhere, all at one time. Show me the charts. I will tell you the news. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now.
Real estate tycoon Curtis Bashaw.
Thank you for the lightning, bro. I appreciate you.
Cream rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
They're like way behind. CNN is.
Martin Heinrich, the incumbent senator there, seeking his 3rd term.
I think I like
Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New
Has
Mexico
anyone called
Another Democratic
Georgia yet?
Project for you. This one coming in the state of Washington. There, Democratic incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her 5th term as she defeats Raul Garcia, an ER doctor. Now,
they look so depressed. Who's called Georgia?
Magic number. We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats.
The purple jacket, yeah, dude, she was stressing, bro. She looked like her goldfish just died. What was that? ABC? Bro, she was stressed. Yeah, she was stressing, bro. New York Times has called it. What about Georgia? What's so? It's just a
Trump, for example. You see that shifts the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency to 76 out of 100 times. We also heard, of course, from the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, that he expects Trump to win Georgia. You know, we have not made that projection yet, but I just want to give you some sense of how the scenarios play out. If Georgia also ends up in Trump's column, we see that things there look quite good for him. Now, look, if Pennsylvania were in that case to then go to Kamala Harris, as you asked about, things suddenly do start to change a bit. We get closer back to 55 out of 100 scenarios Harris can win. But then Trump just needs to pick up any of these other battleground states in order to derail Harris on the path to 270. So right now, as you can see from our projections here, the scenarios that we are running, it looks quite good for Donald Trump at this point in the night. And my colleague Elliot, I think, can talk a little bit more about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, David, this might be thought of as a best case scenario for Kamala Harris at this point. One thing that this model you see here doesn't know about is the outstanding votes in Philadelphia. And what we've been seeing there and what Rick's been telling you on his great big board, looking at our benchmarks, is that Democrats just aren't hitting the turnout they need in Philadelphia. The collar counties around that city, they are going for Democrats about what Kamala Harris would need to win, but the turnout just isn't there in Philadelphia. Look, ABC News has not made any projections in these races, but from our perspective, it's just a matter of the counting.
Got it. All right, Elliot, Galen, thank you. It's an uphill climb at this point. It would seem mathematically for Kamala Harris to catch up to Donald Trump with this kind of lead in Pennsylvania, though the Harris campaign certainly isn't even acknowledging that. They've already said this is going to be a very long night or nights. I do want to call, should we call Virginia right now? ABC News can project Virginia. Mark, right? Let's move forward here. We'll project Virginia, 13 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris with 86% of the vote in. We do take note that this is later in the evening than we thought it would be to actually project Virginia and its 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, which does signal tonight, Rick Klein, what we're seeing across the board.
Yeah, just think about the fact that Harris is only going to win. Well, we'll see what the final number is, but the fact that it took this long to get to it is significant. And it is worth noting right now, Donald Trump is up in all 3 states of the blue wall. Pennsylvania, it's a 200,000 vote margin. Michigan, it's about 100,000, and Wisconsin, it's 82,000. Now, we've also been saying throughout the night tonight and for the last couple of years that sometimes there's mirages on the map because the type of vote that's in and where it's from. And there is the possibility for this in all 3 states. And for similar reasons. It's because we have a large number of votes that are left in urban areas that tend to be bluer. So that's the story that we see right there. In Pennsylvania, it's Philadelphia. In Michigan, it's going to be Milwaukee. A lot of vote left, as Reince has been talking about. And that's in Wisconsin is Milwaukee, and in Michigan is Detroit. So lots of votes are still out there, but they would have to break in a very big way for Kamala Harris.
All right, Rick Klein at the big board, thank you. We're going to drill down on Wayne County in Michigan, actually, the Arab American population, and whether or not that could make a big difference here as well. Our coverage continues. We're going to stay on these 3 states. Very close race in those 3 states between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, though Trump leads in all 3 at this hour. We're back in a moment with our ABC News live coverage.
Bro, they're stressing. Damn. I'm gonna use the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. Spam that like button, hitting the share so other people can spam the like button.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
Water pipes are breaking. I know it. Once you crack the seal, that's it. How's Bitcoin
And
looking?
good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching
74.5.
ABC News and the race to the White House. All eyes on Georgia right now. Steve Ozensami is in Atlanta. Steve, it's coming down to the wire.
That's right, Kira. Georgia hasn't been called. However, the Secretary of State here has already come out and said that it's mathematically impossible for Vice President Harris to win
Thank
here.
you for the hat
the
mustache,
Republicans
bro.
are celebrating.
Yeehaw!
The Democrats have already left their party for the night.
All right, Steve, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. We've got a lot more coverage straight ahead
So
on
why are they
Election
not
Night
calling
2024.
They just
Luke
say,
Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA.
Did they just say, hold on. Did they just say that they're not going to call Georgia, but it's mathematically impossible for her to come back? Is that what they said? What's like what? Oh God. It's math. We're not going to call it just yet. Too early to call, but it's mathematically impossible. All right, got it. As long as we're on the same page. Has anyone called Georgia yet? I'll call her. What are you gonna call her, bro? Cooked. The one you called. Arizona is pretty tight. Hi, winner. Bro, they tried to say that she was going to take Iowa. It's not even close. That's what they're talking about. All right, what is Bitcoin chilling at? $74,500.
News breaks. ABC News Live Prime.
I don't think that was at play. Oh, here we go. We're back.
9 p.m. in the West. Polls are now closed in Hawaii. 49 states in all. Alaska, the only state left. The race for president as advertised, incredibly close tonight. And at this hour, let's take a look at the battleground states.
Hey, thanks for the hat mustache, bro.
Yeehaw! Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. It is a must-win state, really. For both of these campaigns, it becomes very difficult without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump with the lead at this hour, as you can see, leading by 215,000 votes in Pennsylvania. It's our understanding that the Philadelphia area could be having some votes coming in very shortly. We'll see if it's enough to make up this 215,000 vote difference between the two. It's becoming more and more difficult as the night goes on mathematically, but not impossible. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. The raw vote coming in. Donald Trump leading there, leading by about 100,000 votes in Michigan. In Wisconsin at this hour, 10 electoral votes. Kamala Harris trailing Donald Trump by about 87,000 votes in the Badger State. In Georgia, we have not called Georgia yet, though the Secretary of State of Georgia came out, held a press conference. We are not projecting this race, but he believes, given the numbers in that state, that it's insurmountable for Kamala Harris at this point. Donald Trump leading by 118,000 votes or so. In Arizona, out west tonight, 11 electoral votes, a very close race there. Look at the margin of difference between the two of them. All of these states, as you can see, close races. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes. State of Nevada at this hour, Donald Trump in the lead by about 10,000 votes in Nevada. Those are the battleground states that we're tracking. Now let's go to a state we can project at this hour. We can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii, 4 electoral votes. So let's go to the map right now. The race to 270, Kamala Harris winning 14 states. Washington, D.C., Donald Trump, 24 states. There you see the electoral count, 189 to 230 at this hour. And as we mentioned earlier, if Pennsylvania is called one way or another, it changes the course.
Irish Channel, thanks for the ICU, bro. I appreciate you.
Rick Klein at the wall. Rick, we've called North Carolina for Donald Trump. If we want to just go back to that column you had up there a second ago, just the hypothetical. Again, just for the audience that's with us, and we're grateful because we know it's just after midnight here in the East. North Carolina called for Trump. 69.7 out of 100 chances of winning, the simulations that our team is doing. 30% chance of winning for Kamala Harris. Show us what happens with Pennsylvania really for either one.
Well, Pennsylvania puts Trump over the top at this point. I mean, there's no way anymore to see how this doesn't it doesn't devastate her chances. But I want to get into what it would mean for Kamala Harris, because there still is a path left, and it would involve starting with Pennsylvania. That would balance things out a little bit as we look things over. And then there's still the possibility of Michigan and Wisconsin. But this doesn't assume at all, David, what we're seeing in the rest of the states. The overpowering position right now that that we're seeing the Trump campaign in Georgia right now, leading by about 118,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. We're just not seeing a lot left in terms of where the vote can be. We still got some blue dots, but they are getting smaller. That means that there's the possibilities of making up ground in a DeKalb County. Yeah, there's votes left. There's no question, 44,000. But you got to think about maybe he nets or she nets 30,000 out of that. That gets you down maybe to 80,000, and there's still other places. That's where this math gets increasingly difficult, and that's where the fact that she is trailing in Georgia as well as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin makes this difficult to see. There's still the possibility of a Western path if she can piece together Arizona and Nevada. That could offset one of these losses, but not a Pennsylvania loss. And she would then need to be able to carry the other battlegrounds or the other blue wall states.
Forgive me for asking the question again, but this is what I think the viewers at home want to know on really both sides, Trump supporters and Harris supporters in Pennsylvania. Let's look at the math. And again, revisit whether or not we think this is possible mathematically, and if the chances are slimming here for any sort of change of course here. Philadelphia, how much of the vote is left?
Yeah, well, we've seen the lead narrow a little bit as more vote comes in, I think, from the suburbs. I'll check on that in a second. We still have about 250,000 votes, about a quarter of the overall vote in the city of Philadelphia. This is overwhelmingly Harris territory, but it is less overwhelmingly so than it was for Joe Biden, and it is still below where we think she would need to be running according to the 538 benchmark. So she just isn't running up the kind of numbers. Even if she were to absolutely romp in the outstanding vote in Philadelphia, it's still going to be hard to make up that gap. Same thing in these other bluer-leaning suburbs, Chester, Montgomery, and one we're paying attention to today, Bucks is now flipped. It's now narrowly in Trump's direction, very narrowly, but this is exactly what he needed to be doing. His 538 benchmark had him at 47%. He's 2 points above that.
That's the whole point,
battleground suburban county.
And that's really the story of the night.
It is a show.
At least so far, we're getting deep into the
WWE.
night, is that Donald Trump ran up the margins in so many of these red counties. Maybe not huge urban areas or huge populated counties, but in all of these red counties, in the swing states where it truly does matter, as you know, it matters everywhere across the country. But in the swing counties, Rick, every one of those sort of benchmarks that you were showing me in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was meeting them or just outperforming them ever so slightly, and that does add up.
Yeah, you can just kind of do a tour of the state and pick almost any county and see that he's outperforming where he was projected to need to be to win the state. Almost every place.
In the damn town.
A point or two there. That adds up. He's adding 25,000 votes in a smaller county near State College. Rachel talked about what it means in State College. This is a place that Kamala Harris, frankly, needed to win if she's going to be competitive. It is really the story almost everywhere, not just in the battleground states, but in the non-battleground states. And that's why we've seen a map develop tonight that saw Florida and Texas get projected very early. Iowa, despite that Des Moines Register poll, went very solidly for Donald Trump. That's looking now like it's a 13-point victory for Donald Trump. And why we're still sitting here at a little after midnight, and we don't have a projection in New Jersey. We don't have a projection in New Hampshire. Virginia just got projected a little while back. We don't have a projection in Minnesota just yet. So all these bluer states have moved a little bit red. And again, the upshot is right now Donald Trump has 4.3 million more votes than Kamala Harris. That will change. The popular vote. That will change, especially with California's vote. But that is an astounding number when you realize he lost the popular vote both times he ran. In fact, both times he was around 46, 47%.
That's 100% true.
Now, if this were to hold, it will not hold, to be clear. But he's got a shot at hitting 50%.
At hitting 50%. Ryan,
are there any
you get a chance to reach out to the former president?
I talked to him a few minutes ago. He's pretty obviously excited, wanted to know how I felt about Wisconsin. I feel really good about it. And if you look at Wisconsin, what you'll see there is that the president up over 95,000 votes. There's going to be a ballot dump in Milwaukee, which is when they get the flash drive from all the absentee ballot early vote numbers. So I thought that the president would win by 40 or 50,000 votes once that happens. But if you look at Green Bay, what you're going to see there is that's going to be a big win for President Trump there, only about 35% in. That's going to keep coming the direction of President Trump. So, you know, like Rick said, I mean, Kamala Harris is bleeding in every direction. The other point I want to make is that something I've been trying to argue for the past couple of weeks is that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in 2016 went all three for Trump. In 2020, all three for Joe Biden. And one of the reasons I think that is that when you think about the undecided voter,
let's go.
They're the same person in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And there's a reason why these states run together. I'm not saying that's going to happen. There's a lot that go tonight, but it certainly is how it's trending. And
she's got to win here.
Not very surprising.
I know. I think it's really interesting, Rice, and I think it comes all the way back to this central issue that we've been talking about all night long, which is the economy. And you can be told that the stock market hit 40 record highs this year, and interest rates are coming down, inflation's back down.
Thanks for the turkey
where
face,
where
bro.
the
I
Fed wants
appreciate
it. We're probably going to see another Fed interest rate hike in the next couple of days, even after the election. But it's how do you feel? You know, when you go to the grocery store, do you feel like you had a little more back before the pandemic? And you have more exit polling nationally and in some of the swing states, right?
Exactly, and it goes back to what John Carl was pointing out, how Donald Trump would begin virtually every rally recently, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And what's interesting, if you look nationally, because at his rallies, obviously those are his supporters, right? And so there will be this ruckus response in agreement. But nationally, people agree. 45%, so nearly half of these American voters are saying that they're worse off now than they were 4 years ago. And then you see 30% say about the same, 24% say better. But this figure is actually worse than even in the Great Recession in 2008, when you had 42% of people saying that they were worse off than they were 4 years ago. Then when you tick through these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, 67% of voters saying the condition of the nation's economy is not so good or poor. More of the same in Michigan, 63%, not so good or poor. Wisconsin, more of the same, 66% not so good or poor. And again, it goes without saying that we've known for months now that the American people trusted Donald Trump by and large when it comes to the economy.
That's what they were saying in the polls. I do want to get to Rebecca Jarvis real quick. She's down on Wall Street. Rebecca, and you know, you and I talked about this, Rebecca, leading up to the election. This sort of, you know, you can throw stats at people all
they
like
what?
I mean,
I'm fire
just when we
Gary
report
again.
this, because it is what it is. But you can't replace that with how people truly feel at their own family dynamic and whether or not they just remember a time when their money was going further.
Yeah, absolutely, David. You can define the economy in many different ways, whether it's jobs or stocks or growth. And you've talked about this. Those measures look very strong, but the way voters define the economy right now is on inflation. And I talk to voters all the time who are stretched. Even though inflation has come down, prices have not. And the typical American family is paying about $1,200 a month on the same goods and services as they were 3 years ago. While paychecks are up, people are stretched, and there are constant reminders of that. It's the grocery store, it's the rent check, it's child care payments. And people, when they look back 3-4 years ago and they remember paying a much lower amount, that's where they see the economy. And even to the point that Lindsay just made about the Great Recession, back then, there were bankruptcies, there were stock market collapses, there was massive worldwide calamity. The economy was in a much, much worse place in terms of the worldwide picture, and yet that was a jobs question and a foreclosures, a housing question. Not everyone lost their job back then, not everyone had their house foreclosed, but today, when you go to the gas station or you go to the grocery store, every person has that nagging issue around prices and inflation, and that has been a real deficit for Harris coming into this as the incumbent, coming from the incumbent's party.
I think that
Rebecca Jarvis here in New York with us on the state of the economy and the fact that it is a #1 issue in this election. Rebecca, thanks so much. A beautiful skyline of New York City behind you, Rebecca, on this election night. Thanks. You're getting some new data tonight about the shifts in voting across a multitude of states. And I just wonder if part of the storyline that's emerging tonight is that Kamala Harris really couldn't sort of extricate herself from the Biden administration, that this is really the Biden-Harris administration and the economy and how a lot of voters feel about where the economy has been these last 4 years and whether or not they felt better off, in the years preceding it.
Yeah, we were talking tonight about what took so long in Virginia. Virginia is looking like it's about a 4 or a 5 point race now. And if you look at where it stood in 2020, it was a 10-point race, right? So look at New York. This is actually a really good example right now. It's about 11 points, a convincing victory. Sure, that's great. But look at where New York was last time, 23 points. We're seeing just vanishingly small margins in all these places. Even as some of these states have fallen the way you'd want, it's similar to the point that Ryan Previous was making earlier. If you think about the whole country as this spectrum, and you just shift it a little bit one way or the other, it's going to mean some of these battleground states kind of fall into their own place. It's also going to mean that red places become even redder, and blue places become a little less so. That's why you have something like this absolute romp in Florida, which was a battleground state 4 years ago. Now this is like 14, 15-point victory for Donald Trump.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Purple jacket.
Philadelphia?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, we have. So we've been looking at the number to see what happens. And last time we checked, it was a little more like 250,000. Now it's down to 185,000. And you've seen the margin come down a little bit commensurately. But we haven't seen a huge shift, though, in Harris's numbers in terms of carrying the place. She's still a couple of points below where she would need to be and not getting enough votes out of Philadelphia as of now, again, with about 3/4 of the vote in to potentially overcome that margin.
Let me take this over to Terry Moran. Terry, you're watching this. What Rick just showed us, it's not just the swing states or the battlegrounds. We saw it in New York State. We saw it in several states where just the margin of victory. Virginia, for example, it took us a long time to call that tonight.
Lock up, Gary.
What do you make of this sort of redder shift this election?
Well, it's a red shift. It's really a Trump shift. It's a remarkable thing he's accomplished, win or lose, and it certainly looks at this hour like he's going to win. What he's done is he has continually expanded that movement, that populist movement that he ignited the moment he came down that escalator in 2015. He got more votes in 2020 than he did in 2016. He's getting more votes now, and he is diversifying this coalition. Our exit polling data says that Hispanic voters nationally are going 53-45% Harris. That is the best showing for a Republican president among Hispanic voters, 45%, since 1976, right? He's young men. It's almost a 50-50 split. That is one of the targets that he had. He is making converts to this anti-establishment populist movement that he launched. And yes, 70% wrong track is part of it. And yes, the economy is part of it. But it's something he's done. He's realigned our politics in a way that no one has done since at least Ronald Reagan.
Tara Moran, thanks to you. We do have another state to project at this hour. ABC News can now project the state of New Mexico has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. She picks up 5 electoral votes from New Mexico. She won in that state by a margin of about 38,000 votes. I'm sure Rick could show us perhaps what that was 4 years ago. There's been a real tightening across this map in just about every single state.
Yeah, this is what it looked like 4 years ago, 99,000 votes, 100,000 votes last time around. And so far tonight, we're looking at like 38,000 votes. Now, we know Donald Trump did a rally there in New Mexico that he said was specifically to shore up his support among those very Latino voters that Terry was talking about.
All right, we're going to get thoughts from Chris Christie on all of this as well and go right around the room on what we're witnessing here tonight. It's coming into a bit of a clearer focus here. Very tight races in all these states, but as you know, tight races do not win the swing states. You've got to actually win them. You've got to get over the finish line. We're going to go back through each one of them, see where things stand at this hour. We'll be right back. ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right after this.
Should we check on... Has anyone called Georgia yet? He got 3 million votes in California. That's actually kind of to 175x. Yeah, 100%. Doctor disrespecting vote for Trump. Has any of the places, like even Fox or anyone, called Georgia yet? Let's go back to the other one because they were showing that a lot more. Or let's pull up let's do this. Let's pull this over here. We'll pull up a couple.
Here it's about a 16-point difference with Kamala Harris.
And Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+.
That's the whole package right there.
It's the biggest R-rated film of all time.
Come again?
It's action-packed.
Us? A team? Next level.
Glorious fun. Marvel's biggest triumph.
This is what I'm talking about.
Hilarious.
Something funny, Bob.
And verified hot on Rotten Tomatoes.
All right, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll keep this one open and then this one, because they're showing like all of the races. One county left and they're not going to call it. She's really not gaining. Like, most of the California's already in. Fox, that's Harris at 260. I gotta use the bathroom again. Spam the like button, hit the share. I'll be right back. Oh, now they have 50. So that means, okay, that's a pretty big deal. So the Senate is at 50, which means that they technically lead because there's an independent. So they already have the majority confirmed in the Senate. That's a pretty big deal. That's actually a big deal. So they already have, Republicans already have control of the Senate for sure, because they're already tied, but there's already an independent voter. Or an independent. Wow. Schumer is out. Oh, all right, let's go back to these guys. See old KFC Sweat, see what he's got to say.
But they trust him on some of those issues.
Is Trump going to win?
More.
Yeah, I think so.
And secondly, for Kamala Harris, she had to come up with a more imaginative campaign to what she did. And here's the thing, Joe Biden gotten out a year ago. This might be a totally different race. He's got to be thinking about that tonight.
It's the beginning of a bigger conversation we're going to have probably right after this break. We'll be back with much more. ABC News Live coverage continues here in a moment.
It's game. She already won, Cali, bro. And Washington. KFC sweat. Bro, how many breaks are they going to take? They're just stressing, bro. Yeah, let's see who gets the House. So they've gained 1 seat on the House. Yeah, they already got... Well, Harris already got Washington and California, bro. That's not really a surprise. Should I cash it out or ride it? How much are you up, bro? $700 profit? Yeah, why not? I mean, I think he's gonna win, but profit's profit. How much did you risk?
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first
Damn,
news.
look at that map.
And
breaking developments from
That's
our
insane.
powerhouse political team.
tomorrow morning.
When the
That is
story
actually
matters
insane.
most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
This killer is taunting us.
And there's still one more vote on.
This is evil.
One of the most shocking.
There's still one more. One more. Bro, take profit. Yeah. Don't. Yeah, take profit. What do you. Let it ride? Take profit, buy some Solnick. How about that? Yes. Dan,
And
Cali,
good evening,
and
everyone.
Washington.
I'm Kira Phillips. You
counted
are
into the
watching
score.
ABC News and the race to the White House. The results keep rolling in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. ABC News also projects Harris will win New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii, and New York. Here's where each candidate stands right now at this hour. 270 votes, as you know, to win. VP Kamala Harris with 194, the former president with 230. Let's take a look at the Senate overall at this hour. Dems have 13 seats, Republicans 12, 9 yet to be projected. One battleground state that we continue to follow, still not called, that's Michigan. Trump won by less than 10,000 votes in 2016, but Biden won decisively in 2020. Let's check in with our Juju Chang. She is in Detroit. Juju, what's the latest there?
Well, Kira, the information is just trickling in. We just spoke with the Secretary of State here who explained why the information is coming in late. Here in Detroit, the tabulations have been done, but the county, Wayne County, has yet to upload those results. But Wayne County is really a microcosm of some of the troubles, some of the cracks, if you will, in the blue wall here in Michigan. One of them is underperformance of African-American voters. That's something that is of concern. And there are many other factors here in Wayne County that we're going to have to continue to watch tonight. Kira.
All right, we'll continue to check in with you, Juju. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC throughout the night. We have all your election news here in 2024.
Bro, how many commercials are there?
You're a single mom pretending to be a cop.
Like, what in the world? What in the world are they trying to prove at this point? That 7,000 would be 590,000. Let's go. He's actually gaining or widening the gap again. 4.7 million almost. was up about 6 million. Yeah, but California wasn't counted. California is pretty much done at this point. What's Sonic's utility? We're going to be one of the first meme coins that you can buy with Google, like just having a Google account, a casino, and then there's something in the works right now that I can't leak, but it has to do with trading. So there's something being developed for Sonic right now. Cannot leak it yet, but yeah. I've already spilled too much. Let's go back to our sweating KFC friends. Trading bot now, not trading bot. Sonic's own layer 2 blockchain. We're on Base and we're on AVAX as well as Solana. Doji on Mars and Turbo. Turbo, I think we'll get to about $1 billion market cap. Doji on Mars probably do about a 5x.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Welcome back to Election Night 2024 on ABC. Here again, David Muir.
Hello again, everyone. We're so glad you're with us now. 12:30 here in the East. Welcome back. This is the road to 270 here, as you can see, Kamala Harris with 194 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 230 electoral votes. Of course, the blue wall, the Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all still too close to call. We're also tracking Nevada and Arizona, and we also want to go to Whit Johnson, who has some late reporting from the Trump campaign. Whit, I would gather the Trump campaign is very happy with what they're seeing, and we heard from Reince here a short time ago that Donald Trump himself extraordinarily pleased with how the night's gone.
That's right, David. The party is really energized here tonight. A lot of confidence in the room. And a Trump campaign spokesperson tells us that the former president is actually on his way right now to the convention center where we are from Mar-a-Lago. We don't have exact timing on when he might speak tonight, but I just checked. It's about a 4-mile drive, maybe about 12 minutes without traffic. So we know that he's on his way. He's in the motorcade, and we're expecting to get some more guidance from the campaign shortly. But you mentioned the energy in the room. People here very excited. It's become kind of the who's who in the room right now, with people like Senator Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, both potential cabinet picks in a potential new Trump administration. We also saw Rudy Giuliani here. And Rubio, as he was walking out, my colleague Jay O'Brien here tried to grab him to ask him how he was feeling. Senator Rubio said, "We always knew it was going to be a good night for Trump, but we didn't expect it would actually move this quickly." So again, a lot of confidence here. We're also getting more information about what the event was like at Mar-a-Lago tonight. And there's actually another photograph here. This is of former President Donald Trump speaking with Elon Musk and UFC President Dana White. If you can take a look at that photo here, this from a post on X by Elon Musk. So you can see that was one of those more private gatherings that were taking place at Mar-a-Lago, what was described as sort of a war room there with the former president, some of his friends, colleagues, top donors, and top advisors and family members. But now, once again, as we're told, the former president is on his way here to West Palm Beach. David?
All right, Whit Johnson in West Palm Beach tonight. Whit, as soon as he gets there, you'll let us know. Let's go over to Eva Pilgrim. She's in Washington, D.C., Howard University. Eva, I gather the temperature of the evening has shifted there.
Quite remarkably, very different than what Witt is seeing there at the Trump campaign. You
Bro,
can see
they're
this was a
stressing.
very crowded area just a short time ago, when we last came to you. The crowd is leaving. They have been leaving for some time now. And, you know, the campaign is telling us that they still think that there is a chance that they can hold that blue wall, but there are a lot of nerves and a lot of reservations that people are having. We heard Witt talking about the fact that the former president is on his way to his campaign event.
Lock him up.
Last check just a moment ago, the vice president is still at the Naval Conservatory, which is the vice president's residence here in D.C., is not on her way here. And as you watch that crowd there shifting away, I mean, it has become dramatically smaller. People just waiting. We've heard repeatedly from the campaign that to tell staffers to go home, that they are not anticipating a result tonight, to get some sleep. But a major vibe shift here. I had one Democratic source tell me that the vibe is not good. And this is brutal for them, David.
Eva Pilgrim at Howard University tonight in Washington, D.C. Eva, thanks to you. We're going to focus here for a moment on Arizona. We haven't taken a lot of time yet to dig into the numbers that we have so far on Arizona. They're going to ask us to pause here in a moment, Rick, so just be aware of that. This just means the rest of the country is going to rejoin us here. But in the meantime, where do things stand in Arizona?
A little more than half of the vote. Most of the vote comes right there in Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, Scottsdale. We know those retirement communities. It's a battleground county. It's a county that Donald Trump carried the first time, Joe Biden the second time. Right now, Harris is up there, but just by a little bit. Looking at another battleground county out there in Yuma County, someplace that Kamala Harris needs to be getting about 45% of the vote. She's really around 35, but it's so early in terms of the vote. We think this was actually early vote from more than a week ago. We'll have to see how this goes. This becomes key to her chances. If she isn't able to win a Wisconsin or a Michigan, she will need to carry those states out west, Arizona and Nevada.
Okay. We have 15 seconds here. We're going to go to Elizabeth Schulze, who's on the ground in Arizona. Before we bring her in, we're just going to pause here in just a moment, just so that the rest of the network can join us here. Let's pause here. That's the quietest this room has been all night. Let's get to Elizabeth Schulze in Arizona. She's on the ground there. And Elizabeth, as you know, we always expected it would take some time in Arizona to get the results. What are we looking at so far? And what are they saying as far as how long we have to wait?
David, the Secretary of State told me earlier today that it could take up to 13 days for the votes to be fully counted in Arizona. And what we're seeing here in Maricopa County, they are counting those votes. They're going to be doing that 24/7. But there are still a lot of votes outstanding. And both the campaigns that we're talking to here are pointing to that for a reason for optimism. They say they've had good ground game across Arizona. It's still too early to say which way this will go. But I will say, I was just talking to one official with the Arizona GOP. He says he likes what he is seeing in other states, and that bodes well for Trump here, especially when it comes to Latino voters. We are seeing Trump outperform in some of those more rural counties of Arizona that could tip him in a state that is so close. Remember, David, this race was decided by just 10,000 votes in 2020. This is expected to be tight again, and because of that, this counting will go on. It will take time. Officials here, we're talking to them, they say, be prepared to be here for the long haul, David.
Elizabeth Schulze right there in Arizona. Elizabeth, thank you. I want to bring in Lindsay. You've been diving into the exit polls for Arizona specifically. What are they saying?
And virtually every possible metric, David, Trump is outperforming himself from 2020. When you talk about women, when you talk about Latinos, those without a college degree, senior citizens, and independents. Let's look at independents in Arizona in particular. 40%, by the way, of those in Arizona identify as independent voters. Donald Trump getting the best of Kamala Harris by 4 points there. And if you take a look at by age, senior citizens, a number of retirees out there in Arizona, those who are 65 or older, which 31% of the electorate there, he's getting Kamala Harris by about, if my math is right, 8 points there. So he's getting more than half of the vote there. And if you look at his performance from 2020, he's increased by 3 points with regard to that older, that 65 and older group.
Lindsay, thanks. That's the portrait of Arizona. We have another state to call, and this is a big one, Georgia. And as we heard from the Secretary of State earlier, forecast at this moment, 16 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. He wins the key state of Georgia. He lost it to President Biden 4 years ago by about 11,000 votes. He was determined to win that state back. He has done exactly that tonight, a margin about 100 1,000 votes or so between him and Kamala Harris. This is a big win, Rick.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a very significant way now.
Yeah,
because
Paul,
if you now put both of those southern
daily.
states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 chances, just based on these states, and that doesn't take into account the margin in the other states, an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just looking at the pure math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here,
if he gets
give him a Wisconsin and a Michigan, that gets you to 270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to Donald Trump because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice. The other one he won once and then gave back. And we remember that margin, 11,779. It became famous because of that recording. And it looks like tonight it's going to be a lot bigger margin than that in the state of Georgia. Right now it's 118,000 votes. There's still some votes left, but we've seen these blue dots shrink over the night. The story will be that the Atlanta area did not come through in the same kind of margins. And the redder parts of the state, as we've been discussing tonight, we just have seen Donald Trump hold his numbers and overperform his numbers in county after county, bringing his numbers to a level that, frankly, he hadn't seen before. And that to me is just a remarkable part of the story tonight, to see how many places he was able to not just do what he had done before, but build on what he had done before, to grow his vote share in county after county to add up to this win tonight in Georgia.
What do you make of this, Donna?
They just said
well,
that
it's clear to me that Donald Trump understood that he had to expand the electorate, he had to grow his votes, and he had to get them in early. What's happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, you have these big Democratic centers, but they would have to overperform in order to make up for what Donald Trump has been doing in the rural areas. That's a concern.
How much percent
now
of the
that
vote
we're
is in
looking
on
at the
PA?
blue wall. Nobody wants to go to bed at night thinking we just got the blue wall. We saw how it was cracked. It wasn't cracked because really Donald Trump didn't hit anything. Hillary kept the door open. And now we see that we have a
86%.
situation where Philly's going to have to overperform, but there are red places that are still coming in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, Milwaukee will have to overperform. So, yeah, there may be a narrow path, but I don't know if I have my rosary beads on me.
Yeah, Reince.
This is
They
so
sound
far
so
it
sad.
continues the trend, the wrong
Oh,
direction
gosh.
for Kamala Harris, the right direction for Donald Trump. Every one of these states,
Bro, he literally
is
looks like he's
continuing
crying.
to move
He
in
literally
Donald
looks like he's
Trump's
about to cry.
column. This is shaping up to be a really big night, obviously, for Donald Trump. It's not just a reset. I think it's more than that. It's a realignment. This isn't a victory because of better mechanics or
Bro,
Trump had a
they are
better ground game.
depressed,
This is a
bro.
matter of people making a decision, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, Asian in this country, that you were tired of the open border. You were tired of hearing about how the economy is great when you didn't feel it. You were tired about the sanctuary cities. You're tired about all of these things that, some of it's economic, some of it's cultural, and people are making a conscious decision in this country to say, I've had enough of this stuff
Jay,
that I'm
he's
hearing from
leading
this
right
other
now.
side of the aisle, and they're completely repudiating it and going the other direction. Look, we may have 55 senators tonight. It's possible. And we still have Nevada and Arizona to go. That is an amazing evening so far.
It is a big evening. Governor Christie, what do you make of what Reince just
Jay,
said?
can't you
Well,
tell
part
by
of
how
what
depressed
Reince
they
said about the
are?
economy and people not feeling the economy, it
Oh my
reminds me a
God,
lot
they
of
are
1992. In 1992, George Bush 41 kept saying after the recession that he stewarded over, the economy's getting better, inflation's
crazier
going
part
down,
is
interest
he's
rates are
winning the
going down,
popular vote.
stock market's getting better, and all that was true, but nobody felt it yet. And there is a lag. There is an 8 to 12 month lag of when these numbers start to get better to when real people start to feel it, that they have more money in their pocket. And in the end, that is something that kind of timing will be deadly for the incumbent. just deadly, and it was deadly for him.
Watch
Look,
the TV.
that was a three-way race in 1992 that Bill Clinton only got 43%
bro,
of the
thanks
vote,
for
and
the
George Bush 41.
hat mustache,
Still
you
couldn't beat him.
savage.
Tonight, what Donald Trump is showing is that people still vote with their pocketbooks. That's what they were doing tonight. There are other issues that Wright's mentioned as well. And don't forget about the Hispanics, David. The Hispanic vote tonight at 45% slightly beats what George W. Bush did in 2004, if it stays there. And it shows that they don't want an open border either.
And David, if I can say, the one thing that strikes out is that question, the are you better off? Well, only 24% in our exit polls
That's all he needs
said that their family's financial situation is better than it had been. And you had 45%, almost half,
I voted with my
say that their families are worse off.
Yeah!
If you combine that with
Thanks
the
for the hat
number
mustache,
who said it was
KB.
about the same, over 70% said they were either worse off or the same as they were 4 years ago. So Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's facing a situation where 70% of the country thinks the country is on the wrong track. And then when she is asked in the closing days of the campaign what she would have done differently from Joe Biden if she had been president, she was just vice president, what would she have done differently? And her answer is, there is not a thing that comes to mind.
Coin rug, yeah.
That may have been the single most devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause, too, because, you know, so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the moment, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question. And she did pause, and it was just, you know, in that moment, you knew that that is not what the voters who feel like the economy is issue number one, and some of the other issues that Ryan's previous just listed, which we know are real issues to Americans, Democrats and Republicans. And Mary, you talked about that moment too, perhaps being one of the defining moments. She had some really great moments along the way, but that was probably one of the weakest ones.
Yeah, and I think her campaign was well aware of that, and that she never really was able to give that solid answer of how she would differentiate herself from the Biden administration. I do have one update, which is that we had expected to hear from Kamala Harris tonight. We now know a source telling us that is not going to happen. We do expect shortly Cedric Richmond, her senior advisor, to come before that watch party and tell everyone essentially to go home.
And in fact, that was the message just moments ago. Let's listen.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Except her voice.
Easy moment for whatever campaign has to make that announcement into the evening and say, hold on here, and we're gonna hold out hope in the early morning hours. And what a marked shift from how the campaign was feeling. And I know they thought this was going to be very close and still a challenge. Kamala Harris herself said repeatedly, we are the underdog here. But they did sense there was some wind, some momentum in these final days, did they not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her, and I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days. They felt that they were reaching all of those key demographics, that big, broad coalition that her campaign talked about so often, that they felt was going to really propel them across the finish line. We are not seeing that broad coalition at all showing up here tonight. In fact, quite the opposite. And there's going to be, I think, a lot of soul searching and a lot of questions in this campaign as to, you know, what went wrong. That said, they are still, you know, holding out hope. That's a very, you know, somber Cedric Richmond there delivering that message. But as we heard from the campaign manager in this memo to the Harris team earlier tonight, stressing they expected this to be close. They do still see a path, but certainly not the path they were hoping for.
An extraordinarily narrow one mathematically at this point. Governor Christie, you mentioned something a few minutes back about President Biden, whether or not, obviously there'll be a lot of questions if and when this race is called. And if it doesn't go Kamala Harris's way, the obvious questions would be a lot of attention on President Biden, whether or not that decision should have been made sooner so that the Democratic Party could have looked at Kamala Harris and others and what have you. This has been a conversation we've heard before. It's just going to get more scrutiny now, given the way this night continues to proceed here. 107-day campaign is what Kamala Harris had time to conduct here until Election Day.
Well, look, it's really hard to go from a standing stop to set up a national campaign. She had to adopt all of the Biden operatives She didn't have time to put it. And I can tell you as a candidate, you have to go out there and work. And you've got to be able to believe that the people who are working for you have your best interests at heart and only your best interests at heart.
Facts.
And I'm not saying that these folks didn't, but she has no reason to necessarily believe it. They were Joe Biden's folks. But to go back to Joe Biden, because I really don't want to put this on staff. This is not staff. Joe Biden made a promise to the American people when I was sitting in this seat 4 years ago. He said, I am a transitional figure. The implication of that, David, was that he was going to serve one term because of his age, and he was going to move on. And when he broke that promise, he did two things. One, he broke faith with the people who voted for him. And two, he put his party in an awful position to where they had to replace him when he put on one of the worst
Leave old Joe
debate
alone.
performances in presidential history, if not the worst. And so Kamala Harris had to inherit all of that.
What
like
channel
it or
you
not,
on?
that's
This
what
is
she had to
ABC.
inherit, and she had to overcome it.
I just
And
like
it
this one the
appears,
most
at least
'cause they're,
tonight, that she's not
they're
going to be able to do
stressing the
that.
hell out.
So every candidate deserves some measure of blame
The
anytime there's a
crying
loss. But I would say this, that Joe Biden should be looking in the mirror tonight and thinking about what did he do? What did his lack of keeping his word on that central promise from 2020 do
Joe don't know where the
to this
hell he's
election
at.
tonight?
Right.
Well, first of all, I would also point a finger at the Democrat Party. I mean, they should have had an open contest. They should have let their leaders of their party pick their nominee. But I don't think it would have mattered because, like I said, the American people are choosing a path. And they're choosing the
join
path
the Telegram, fam.
that
it's
will
on
dramatically, I
launchmynfc.io.
think, take away power from Washington, D.C. And we're going to go talk about all these issues. But the fact that Kamala Harris is going home tonight, I think, is amateur hour. You know, she has an obligation to
Bro,
speak.
They really are.
This pathway for her might be narrow, but it's also might be walking through the eye of a needle. She should say something to the people that adopted her as their nominee because they were just told by the president to do so. And she's leaving the country hanging now all night. And I think it's ridiculous and it's childish.
Well, first of all, we're a very divided country. We're very polarized. And while, you know, I'm not sitting here excited about the returns or the results, there's still a path. There's still a path.
And we'll come back to all of you right after this. Our live coverage continues here in a moment. A slim path, but a path continues. Election night continues here in a moment, too.
What was the percentage on Oh, he's gaining his lead back. He's almost back to 5 million. Yeah, he just needs Pennsylvania. Let's see how Bitcoin's doing. 74.2.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
In downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
ABC News Live everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Here in London. From the front lines.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere.
Bitcoin at 300K. Eventually. Eventually, for sure. Trump has a 220,000 meetings today. ABC News and Steve Bro, they are stressed. aggressive. Literally, that one lady, I literally think she was crying. Honestly. Like, I'm not being funny. He almost has a 5 million lead in him. But I think he's going to win the popular vote. Insane. Bitcoin climbing back up to 75K. Yeah. EA's 90% in. Come on, y'all. I'm telling you. Everything, everywhere, all at one time. Yeah, 74.8. It's a little, yeah, I'm surprised he's winning the popular vote.
What more do you want? What more do you want? Let's get this. You're pregnant? I keep trying to tell him. My relationship with Catherine is complicated.
Show me the charts and I will tell you the news.
You God's gift to this hospital.
That's
you're
right.
Just another doctor.
Literally, if you're...
There is a patient in the ceiling.
Literally, just on the Patreon/member video, I literally said, I'm going over the Bitcoin charts. And I literally, I'll clip it actually, if you didn't watch it. But yeah, I was like, I think that Trump's going to win because Bitcoin looks ready to win. That was my reasoning. Show me the charts, I will tell you the news.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC
There's still
News
more
and the
bats.
race to the White House, and a race it is. Here is the latest. ABC News projecting Trump will win Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. ABC News also projecting Harris will win New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii, and New York. One state that has not been called Nevada because we have no data yet. Stand by for that. But let's go to our Maria Villarreal. She is in Nevada. Let's talk about, Maria, how this state is indicative of what the Latino vote looks like right now.
That's exactly right. And Kara, we want to bring you the latest information. We've just confirmed with two different counties, Washoe and Clark County, that they have had their last voter vote in their respective counties. And that basically means we're going to start to see numbers trickle in, results coming in from the Secretary of State very soon. So we'll definitely be able to bring that to you, as soon as we can get them. But, you talked about the Latino vote. I think this is indicative of what we will likely see around the country. The idea that, yes, they were a huge, powerful voting bloc, but Nevada here, it was not the immigration issue that really concerned them. It was the economy, the cost of living. That was important to them.
Damn.
All right, Maria, we'll stay in close touch. We'll wait for those numbers. The most critical, outstanding state, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at where the candidates stand right now. 92% of the vote recorded so far.
I think
you can
they're
see
going to
where
call
Kamala
it
Harris
soon.
and the former president stand
wins
right now.
PA,
Let's get
that's
straight to
it.
our Matt Gutman. He is in Philadelphia tonight for us. Matt, there are 19 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. We're seeing former President Trump hold onto a lead
Even
over
the
Vice
legals
President
are
Harris
voting
right
for
now in the
Trump.
crucial battleground state. What are you hearing at this hour?
Oh, shit.
Democratic officials are sounding very glum at this hour. There's about a 200,000 vote lead that the former president has. It might at this point be insurmountable. The economy obviously playing a huge issue. The price of eggs has gone up, Kira, 161%. That is something that matters to people. There's also something else here. People say they didn't know Kamala Harris, and the former president has a tremendous amount of name recognition, having been in the limelight for already 9 years now. People know him, and clearly they've been voting for him, Kira.
Matt Gutman, thanks so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll continue to stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage.
Damn it. All right, let's look up the other one while they're on a commercial. Let's see how the Senate and the House is doing. So we have Republicans officially took the Senate and they're leading on the House. Is that a 5 million popular vote lead? That is actually kind of crazy. When was the last time a Republican won the popular vote? 7-3 on the governors. Reagan. The Senate. There's only 8 left. Republicans have a lead on that. Officially, that's a full. They have full control of the Senate. I think California, all their votes are already in. Yeah, 51, like Senate control. And there's an independent, so they have even stronger lead. Wow. Because, I mean, really, like when we get down to brass tacks, that's the more important thing. Honestly, as far as legislation goes, that's the more important thing. Let's go back to the... Hopefully we can see some more of the crying blue lady. She's my favorite. Purple lady. Purple. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looks like a red wave for real. What percent is left on PA? Oh, God. Wicked Hipfire says, which of you guys voted for Harris? Please explain to me what you find attractive about other men.
1 a.m. now in the East, 10 p.m. here in the West. So glad you're still with us. Polls are now closed in all 50 states. The 2024 election
it's been a while,
painting quite a picture here tonight. The picture is not complete, but you'll remember about 12 hours ago when we started. It just feels that way. We were talking about the House and the Senate. That we know the House Democrats needed a net gain of 4 to take back control of the House. On the Senate side, Republicans need a net gain of 2. If President Trump, former President Trump wins tonight, they'll just need 1 because then the vice president would have the tie-breaking vote. So again, we laid out the stakes of control of both the Senate and the House and what both parties are trying to pull off here tonight. As far as the House is concerned, though, 16 Republicans are actually in districts that Biden won 4 years ago. They're trying to hold on. 5 Democrats are in districts running for re-election where Trump won. So trying to hold on, and a few of them have lost their seats tonight. So I hope that makes sense. Let's show you a couple of them that have switched right away. In Pennsylvania 8 tonight, the Democratic Congressman Matt Cartwright, he was seeking a 7th term. He's lost to Republican Rob Bresnahan, the construction company CEO. Bresnahan Jr. will become the new congressman. That switches to Republican. New York 22, up near Syracuse, New York, the Republican Brandon Williams was seeking a 2nd term. He was elected the same election that Biden won, trying to hold on to his seat. Now the Democrat has won in upstate New York, central New York area. John Mannion has won. He was a state senator. Now he'll represent central New York in Congress. North Carolina 6, Republican Addison McDowell wins. This was a solid switch to Republican. That was expected. North Carolina 13, Brad Knott wins in North Carolina 13. Redistricting, North Carolina 14, the Republican Tim Moore. That was expected to switch to Republican. And Alabama 2, new district. The Democrat Shamari Figures, an attorney, has won there. That was a likely switch to Democrat. It is now switched. Let's go right over to Rachel. You've been tracking this. This is your other beat. You have like 4 or 5 beats tonight. But this was the effort. Both sides are trying to hold on to seats, and some of them lost.
Exactly, David. And so we've sorted those key races that will ultimately determine control of the House here. We sorted them by poll closing time, as you can see. No really room for panic here yet among Democrats because some of these were expected. You mentioned redistricting that happened in North Carolina. Those were obvious slips to Republicans, so much so the Democratic incumbents didn't even run there. We had our eye on Pennsylvania 8. You mentioned Matt Cartwright, 7 terms. This is a district that Donald Trump won. Ultimately, he is defeated. This is just another example about how the top of the ticket, Donald Trump doing really well in the Scranton area, also around that area as well, which is really helping carry Republicans across the finish line. Also have our eye on Ohio 9. This is Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in Congress right now. She's barely hanging on here, just about over 1,000 points. And one more, David. Virginia 2, I just want to point out. I talked to Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries just yesterday. And this is a district where President Biden won, Donald Trump won 4 years earlier. Glenn Youngkin also won this district, the Republican governor of that state. You have the Republican, Jen Higgins. She's hanging on here, 21,000 votes ahead, 63% of the vote already expected in here. I point out this one, though, because this is a bellwether. Every single year, election year, this is a bellwether of just who possibly is going to hang on to majority in the House. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries told me if they do well here, it's a sign that they could be on track toward the majority.
74.9 Bitcoin.
Rachel Scott, thanks so much. We're going to come back to you on the Senate in just a moment. I want to bring people up to speed on the battleground states that we're still tracking at this hour. Take a look, still too close to call.
Until it's not.
Obviously, Pennsylvania is the big prize, 19 electoral votes. The path, Kamala Harris absolutely needs to try to pull this off in Pennsylvania. In order to have any kind of path left, but Donald Trump has grown his lead now to 219,000 votes in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, 15 electoral votes. You're looking at the raw vote right there. He's also ahead by about 217,000 votes in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes up for grabs there. Donald Trump leads by about 116,000 votes in Wisconsin. That's the so-called blue wall, the Rust Belt. That was Kamala Harris's path to 270 tonight.
Yeah, it's
it's looking extraordinarily difficult for Kamala Harris to pull this off, though the campaign is signaling we are certainly not giving up yet. Let's head out to the Sun Belt, Arizona, 11 electoral votes. We heard from Elizabeth Schulze on the ground there. Donald Trump leading by about 12,000 votes. Arizona had prepared voters that this could take some time to tally the vote. Nevada, 6 electoral votes up for grabs. And again, Donald Trump with the lead, 34,000 votes. And in Alaska tonight, 3 electoral votes. Not enough information, though Alaska has closed. As soon as we get some numbers from Alaska, we'll bring that right back to you. You heard Rachel Scott talking about the House there. Democrats looking to try to take back the House. And if that were to happen, obviously, Hakeem Jeffries becomes the Speaker instead of Mike Johnson. It's just too early in the evening to know where that's all headed.
We're officially $5,000 away from my beard being safe. Everything, everywhere, all at one time. It's boring, until it's not,
not
ladies
only
and
the
gentlemen.
majority in the Senate, but a bit of a mandate in the Senate.
Come on!
Let's go through some of these. Tammy Baldwin, you've got up
Ye
here
of
from
little
Wisconsin.
faith.
She's behind Eric Hovde, the businessman who had out-of-state business in California, came in and has given her a tough fight. This looks like a poll from the presidential, Kamala Harris's struggles in Wisconsin is now reflecting in the Senate race.
Yeah, in fact, in all of these blue wall states, David, this is exactly the trend that we are seeing here. You have Hovde, who is ahead right here in this state, ahead of Tammy Baldwin. Again, she has been in public office for 40 years here, and now she is behind. Just take a look at Michigan as well. Mike Rogers ahead of Alyssa Slotkin. And even in Pennsylvania, once again, you have McCormick ahead of Bob Casey.
Ye of little
We're
faith.
seeing that this is the exact result of former President Donald Trump overperforming in these states. And now you have voters just voting right down the ballot.
And we always talk every 4 years about split ticket voters, but it's a concept that's pretty hard to wrap your head around if you're heading into the booth and you feel strongly about whoever's at the top of the ticket.
Yeah, really the only place that we are really seeing this right now on the map in a real way is right here in Arizona. This is where you have Ruben Gallego. He is running against Kari Lake, the Republican who lost the gubernatorial race just 4 years ago to Governor Katie Hobbs. It's interesting because there's really not much daylight between Kari Lake and former President Donald Trump. Both former TV stars, both didn't concede the last election that they lost. But what we're seeing here is you have people who are supporting Ruben Gallego who are not voting for Vice President Kamala Harris. Ruben Gallego and Donald Trump endorsed by the same police association. He talked about being in Phoenix and being at restaurants and people coming up to him in MAGA hats saying that they're going to be supporting him as well. So this is breaking away from some of the shifts that we are seeing. But again, for the most part,
my beard
Donald
is
Trump
safe at 80K.
helping a lot of these Republican Senate candidates.
I bet at 55,000 that Bitcoin
John
would
Tester,
reach
can you take us out to
80,000,
Montana?
or I would shave my beard.
Yeah, so Montana, remember we did call the race. We did project the race for Sherrod Brown was defeated here in Ohio. Bernie Moreno. The other last statewide Democrat is right here in Montana. John Tester really fighting for his political life here, trying to defy the political odds. You heard Martha talk about just how much the state has changed, how you've had an influx of people move into the state. And so it's really a question of whether or not John Tester, who was born and raised here, Montana through and through, is really resonating in the same way with some of these voters. Right now, you could see that he is ahead by about 2,000 votes, only 28% of the vote in. So we're still pretty early here.
It's early, but fairly close. But again, it's still early. One other race I wanted to ask you about, Nevada, obviously Jackie Rosen trying to hold on.
Ukraine
She's the
is
incumbent Democratic
right
senator up against Sam Brown. He seems to be helped here. He was behind in the polls, behind Jackie Rosen, so far helped by perhaps Donald Trump.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Jackie Rosen right now
They're
ahead
sweating
4,000
bullets
votes,
right now.
48% compared to Sam Brown at 47. Only 69% of the vote in so far, David.
Wow, that's extraordinary. As you look at this list of a half dozen or more Senate races that we've been tracking, about 8 of them, the majority of them look like they're leaning toward the Republican candidate, even in these races where they are longtime names in these states.
That's
Bob
his name. I
Casey,
thought
whose
she
father
said
is
his
former
pronouns.
governor.
Yeah, same.
This is an extraordinary night for the Republicans, John.
It is,
and it also
backing it
points
up.
to what Donald Trump will be looking at if he gets back into the White House. This is a Donald Trump that will be significantly, I believe, more powerful than he was the first time he got around for a number of reasons. First of all, you have a Supreme Court immunity decision that will empower him. The Supreme Court basically saying that virtually any action that can be tied to your official actions, you are immune from prosecution. Obviously, Jack Smith is fired. The federal prosecutions go away. And the Republicans, when he came into Washington, there were prominent figures in the Republican Party who were willing to stand up to him and had the standing to stand up against him. People like Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, who was the Speaker of the House when he first came in, and they're for the most part all gone. You know, no more Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell will no longer be the Republican leader in the Senate. And you have a situation where he may have the largest Republican majority that he's ever seen in the Senate, and it's a Republican majority that is a Trump Republican majority. 7 Republican senators, David, voted to convict Donald Trump in his impeachment trial over January 6th. 5 of them will be gone. 5 of them will be gone. 10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach him over January 6th. 8 of them are already gone. 2 are clinging to possible re-election. But
he's going to go down
the
and
resistance is gone.
Work at McDonald's with Kamala.
Let's go to Nebraska right here. Senate race. ABC News can now project that
the
Deb
ice
Fisher
cream,
will win. She'll hold on to her seat, the Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fisher holds on in Nebraska. We've called that race. She'd faced a tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there. Did not say who he would caucus with. But Deb Fisher holds on to that race. I want to continue with this conversation that John Carl just started, because he's spot on by sort of if Donald Trump is elected president for a second term here, and it's still an if. John paints a picture of a lot of these established Republicans being long gone, having left Washington. This was part of the closing argument on Kamala Harris's team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself. She had help from Liz Cheney. General John Kelly, who's not political, came out and talked about what he witnessed firsthand in that administration as chief of staff. Their campaign was, if you reelect him, he will not have the guardrails. Martha, clearly that argument did not resonate with the American people here tonight.
It clearly didn't, or at least half the country that did not resonate. Felony convictions, the call that our democracy would be over, the John Kelly statements about the military, and that former President Trump had said that they were suckers and losers, the men and women who had died during wars, all of that. Some of the voters I talked to, in fact, one of them who was very strongly for Trump and stronger than he was in 2020, stronger than he was in 2016. I said, do you have any reservations at all, January 6th? And he said, absolutely not. The more you all talk about that, the more Trump voters you will attract. So this election was not about that. But in the end, here we are. This is democracy.
Martha, thanks. We do have a major call to make at this hour, and it's the power of the Senate moving forward. It's precisely what we've just been talking about with this conversation. Republicans will take control of the Senate with that call in Nebraska. Deb Fisher holding on to her seat tonight. If Donald Trump is named the next president, he will have a Republican Senate. We do not know who will control the House, but this is significant. And now the only question is, Rachel Scott, is how strong that Republican control will be. Will he have a mandate because their majority will be more than just a one senator majority?
Yeah, spot on. It's not a question of whether or not Republicans are going to have the majority. It's just now a question of precisely how much. This is going to be the outlook, at least where it stands right now.
Bitcoin to 250.
Republicans,
My
51
target is
seats. They've netted
207.
2. Remember, that's
Webb.
all they needed to net by the end of the
Fox
night in
called that an
order
hour
to
ago.
take control of the Senate. Democrats
called that
currently
an hour
have
ago, too.
41 seats. And again, David, we talked
just
about
watching.
these key
I'm not
races,
watching them
but I
for
just
them
want to
calling
emphasize
states.
one
I'm
more time,
watching
we're talking
them
about Republicans
because
possibly
they
expanding
are
their majority
sweating
in the
bullets.
Senate. Wisconsin, you have the Republican candidate ahead. Michigan, the Republican candidate ahead. And also in Pennsylvania
The next
as
commercial
well.
will go to
So Governor Chris
NBC.
Christie, this brings us back to what you and I were talking about earlier in the evening. That comes down to everything, including the decisions made right at the beginning of an administration about who you're going to put in the cabinet.
Oh, yeah, no, look, he's got free reign now if he wins. I mean, there's no doubt about that, because not only
93%
does he not
PA.
worry about the margin nearly as much, but as
You should be
John
watching
said,
CNN. We
he
turned it
elected
to
these
CNN,
folks.
but these guys are.
You know, he wants their vote. He's going to call, if Dave McCormick's there, he's going to call Dave in and say, hey, Dave, you know, you wouldn't be here but for me.
Ukraine
I
lost
need your
the
vote
election.
on this judge,
No.
this cabinet member, this piece of legislation.
Oh, shit.
Now, I also want to remind people that as someone who served 2 terms as an executive, that lasts for 2 years. Because when the midterms come in 2026, you become a lame duck. And there are things that you can still do with the power of the governorship or the presidency, but people then begin to move on. And those folks who are going to be very loyal to you in those first 2 years are going to be looking to see who's next. And so, you know, he's going to have a narrow window, a powerful window, but a narrow window. It's going to be 2 years, David, where he's going to have a
Plus
chance to
15,
do what it
that's
is
right.
he wants to do with Congress. And then after that, they're going to be moving on. His own vice president may be moving on from him at that point and wanting to run for president himself. And I just say this, that's going to be something to watch, because the first time J.D. Vance holds a fundraiser for a PAC for himself or starts to talk about running for president, it'll be interesting to see the way a new president, Donald Trump, will react to that.
And by the way, this is the first time we will see Donald Trump not running for re-election, not running for election again. He declared his re-election the day he was inaugurated in 2017. And now and he saw virtually everything through the prism of what would help him win re-election. And now you see a Donald Trump and the minute he gets in, I mean, he said we have a constitution that says he can't run again. He will not be running for re-election. Astounding how that affects.
Just a reminder, he's been running for well more than a year, and Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days.
Yeah.
This is an extraordinary election we've all witnessed here together. Rick Klein, I know you're still drilling down on the Pennsylvania numbers to see if the math is even possible, or how narrow the path is for Kamala Harris. Does it exist still?
Oh, look, anything's possible. It's just really hard to see how. You have to squint to see the path at this point, I think. We've been looking at these bubbles. They've been shrinking as the night goes on because that's less and less vote, but we haven't gotten a lot of vote out of Philadelphia, 177,000 votes. But even if every single one of those votes was for Kamala Harris, she'd still be trailing Donald Trump. Similar, if you look around to the outstanding vote in Chester County, 62,000, 65,000 in Montgomery, Bucks County. A lot of these are split counties anyway. So it's very hard to see how she makes up that kind of ground. 500-something thousand votes would have to be made up across those 3 states. And there's something that's really interesting to key into in Pennsylvania. There are 2 counties on opposite sides of the state, and a lot of different demographics.
Erie County, here we go,
Erie County, and I'll talk to you a little about Erie County first. Look at the numbers there. Hillary Clinton, 47%, goes up to Joe Biden. He's able to flip that county back to the Democrats, and then Harris is down a point. Our 538 benchmark said that Harris had to be doing better. Instead, it's Donald Trump up a point.
What about Northampton?
Yeah, exactly. Go to the other side of the state. You see Northampton, just east of Allentown. And this is a similar story where Donald Trump needed to get about 49.5. He got 51. Kamala Harris is a touch below where Joe Biden was. And that, to me, is the story of the night. So many communities like this, whether they're red or more purplish, where you just saw people going back to Donald Trump, back to Donald Trump's Republican Party. It had an impact down ballot, and it had an impact, a big one, at the top of the ticket when you add up these numbers across a state like Pennsylvania.
And let's go back to Terry Moran before we go to break here. Not only did they go back to Donald Trump, and in a lot of these red counties, they went back to Donald Trump and allowed him to best himself from 4 years ago, and in some cases even from 2016.
2025.
That's right, and that is a problem for the Democratic Party, not just in Pennsylvania, but across the country. They make it so hard on themselves to get to 270 because they stopped competing in so many different parts of the country, primarily rural areas. And just let's take a little quick walk down political memory lane. Look at the map that's there right now. Okay, it's gonna fill in. Let's go back just a little bit in history. Okay, Bill Clinton. This was his map. All right, look at all that blue in the South.
He might
Missouri,
actually do all 7 swing
Arkansas.
states,
Look at
honestly.
Iowa, Ohio, Florida, mountain states.
Jay,
all right, so
by
there
this
was
time
Ross
next year,
Perot in the
November.
race and all that. You know, George Bush comes in. He takes a lot of it back.
But it's going to be quick,
Barack
though.
Obama,
It's going to be boring, boring, boring.
look at
until
all
it's
that
not.
blue. Iowa, Ohio, Florida. And then Donald Trump comes in and it looks like that, and it's going to look something like that or even more this time. And what that represents is the Democrats essentially saying, well, we can't compete in Ohio. We can't compete in Florida. We can't compete in rural areas. They did compete in rural areas. I mean, here's Wisconsin, right? And let's just take a look at what Barack Obama did there. And that's, oops, sorry. No, got to do that. Yeah, all right. Well,
you know what?
But it was.
They're flabbergasted.
No, they competed in rural counties along the Mississippi River aggressively. Those counties went blue. They wouldn't think of going blue today. That is a question the Democratic Party has to ask, not just about rural counties, but increasingly, if you look at the demographics of this election, about Hispanic voters, about young men, about all kinds of voters that they keep hemorrhaging.
Yeah, about messaging, too, because you mentioned Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and you showed in the shading on the map that they were leaders who did break through. And Bill Clinton famously, whether he exactly said the words or not, but it's about the economy, stupid.
Or they stopped counting.
Reince.
Well, a lot of this has to do with the messaging. I mean, populism is alive and well in America. I will say this, if Bernie Sanders were running, he'd win some of those counties.
Exactly.
He'd win some of these counties in Wisconsin and Iowa. So, look, there's a reason why we're here. I mean, the Democrats put Donald Trump on the ballot.
They're shook.
They put all of these issues, they wanted this to be about Donald Trump. That was going to be their way of making this happen. And Donald Trump made himself, he put himself on the ballot, and people made a decision. Now, the next thing that's being talked about here is looking at the popular vote.
It's called.
Now, we still have a ways to go in California. I understand
Who called that.
But the fact that Donald Trump right now is over 5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris, I know that this is something that's sort of bothered President Trump over the years, that he couldn't win that popular vote. Now, it was it's match play. It's not, this is not stroke play. But nevertheless, the fact that we are looking at potentially Donald Trump not just having this big night and taking 5 senators plus with him, that he's looking at winning the popular vote is the mandate that Jonathan Karl was just talking about.
Well, there's a significant drop-off of Democratic voters, and that's something that we're going to have to take a look at, not just in the so-called battleground states where all of the resources and all of the attentions and all of the surrogates and the principles, but also when you look at New York, New Jersey, which I keep looking at the governor like, come on.
This is the one that was crying.
New Hampshire,
75K again.
Minnesota. I think Amy Klobuchar won. I think Kamala Harris will win Minnesota, but we shouldn't be talking about Minnesota after 1 o'clock. So there's some drop-off there that Democrats will have to assess as well.
Her running mates, the governor of Minnesota, how in the hell have they not called Minnesota when her running mate is the sitting governor of a blue state? I mean, that's extraordinary, and it also calls into question the whole choice of Tim Walz. Well, if he can't,
bro,
if the sitting governor of a state that is traditionally blue has her sitting at 50.6%, I mean, he should have never left the state house.
Well, there are going to be a lot of questions about whether Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania might have been a better choice for VP pick, just based on numbers and the importance of the Keystone State. Not for me to debate, but by myself up here, but it will be a question that Politico's ask in the days ahead if Donald Trump is reelected here. I do want to take you to a picture coming from Palm Beach, Florida. They are preparing right now at this hour to hear from the former president.
72.5, let's go.
Expected to greet those who have gathered in Palm Beach, and we will dip in and listen right after the break. ABC News live coverage of election night 2024 continues.
Just tagged you on X.
Thanks to everybody here in this studio and everyone at home staying up with us. We'll be right back.
All right, let's see what NBC is saying right now. MSNBC. 5.1 million lead. That is actually the most craziest part. So they haven't called PA either. That is insane. 5.1 million is actually crazy. Reagan was the last Republican to win the popular vote. That's insane. We hit 75 plus K. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Boring, boring, boring until it's not, ladies and gentlemen. Boring, boring, boring until it is not. Medias are starting to call from Pennsylvania. Let's see. They're not even showing the. Why did they not pump it? Nick, my brother, how long have you been watching my channel? Bitcoin needs to get above 80, 90K before the alts start running. Solna Kiki all the way. Let's go. The number one 100x plays. Just like Bitcoin, everything, everywhere, all at once. Boring, boring, boring until it's not. Look at that. 75.2. We are officially $4,830 away from my beard being safe. Nick. Boring, boring, boring until it's not. ADA is up 10%, bro. What are you crying about? 10% is one whole year of awesome stock market gains today. My brother, my brethren. America's beard. Oh shit. That's funny. Mine says 14. Yeah, even better, honestly. Boring, boring, boring until it's not.
After almost 20 years of flicks, kicks, and
Let's
tricks,
pop it back.
The 500th
See if they're ready to call
33
Pennsylvania yet.
seasons, 394 stars, 124 Emmy nominations. Stunning.
What's the percentage on?
I loved it. And more moves than we
Watch
can
if
count.
you
Season 33 is hot.
Trump officially elected.
Now we are in business. Dancing's 500th episode
Bro,
live
trust
next
me,
Tuesday
I
on
just called
ABC
it
and
for
Disney
you.
Plus. Next day on Hulu.
It's called PA.
Your voice, your vote. The race for the White House. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Moore.
Welcome back now, 1:25 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're glad you're still up with us. I'm David Muir in New York with the whole Powerhouse political team. We want to get right to Whit Johnson, Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach tonight, where they are awaiting Donald Trump, the former president, to speak to the crowd. And Whit, quite a night for Trump supporters and for the former president.
David, it sure is. The anticipation is mounting here. We are seeing senior staff and leadership of the Trump campaign coming into the building. The crowd is cheering as the projections are being read behind me. And I should note that they are projecting some states that we haven't quite projected just yet. But we know that Donald Trump is on his way. J.D. Vance is in the building. We've also seen Donald Trump's teleprompter guys set up the teleprompter on stage. And the former president said earlier today on the radio that he did not have a speech prepared, but if he knew that he was going to win, he would come up with something quickly. So again, we are anticipating that he should arrive here at the convention center at any moment. And to put things in perspective, remember he spoke in 2016 after 3 a.m. In 2020, it was after about 2:20 a.m. Two very different speeches. If he comes here within moments, then that'll be earlier than both of those speeches. And the Trump campaign obviously projecting a lot of confidence about where they are right now. They believe that they're going to pick off some of those other states that still remain. And depending on how this plays out, it's worth going back to that early vote.
Minimum, or just like, I said that the beard is coming off. $75 million market cap minimum for Solnick.
Because of the pandemic, and it was
Thank you
unlike
for
anything we'd
the
ever seen
lightning
before.
and the
But the
let 'em
Republicans have been
cook,
saying
you
that they were
savage.
making these steady gains, and they insisted that on election night tonight that Kamala Harris was going to have to make up ground and do something that no
Tasha,
other
if you missed the
Democratic
news,
candidate had done
by
in a
March
recent election. And so
ish,
far, that's proven to be the case.
we're working with a
especially in
company,
states like
and you
Georgia
will be able to
and
buy
North Carolina.
Solnick directly.
Of course, we're awaiting some other states
No third party.
as we await for the president to walk in here
Using
tonight. David.
Apple Pay,
really
Google,
appreciate it.
debit
With
card,
Johnson
credit
West
card
Palm, let's go to
directly.
John Santucci,
All
also
you
on
need
the
is a
ground
Google
there
account.
in
That will be
Florida. And John,
available
you've been
roughly
talking to
in
sources
March.
close to Trump. The
B-chain
mood
prediction,
and next
40
steps here.
cents to 69 cents.
Well, as far as the mood, David, I can tell you from
Solnick
speaking to
contract
many
address.
senior sources and members of the
That's
Trump
it,
family,
right
as they saw the returns coming in tonight, they were feeling good. They were feeling confident. Many
Just like I
sources
bet
I'd spoken to
55,000 that Bitcoin will be 80,000 by Christmas, or I will shave my beard.
Not only
I
when
also
Donald
bet
Trump was
that
out
Solnick
campaigning,
by
but
the
when
end
they
of the
were
bull
out
market will be
campaigning themselves.
$75
We
million
know that
market
Donald
cap, or I
Trump's
will
two
shave my
eldest
beard.
sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, both of whom I've spoken to
Why
tonight,
Solnick?
David, telling me that
Because
they
I believe in the
felt it
team,
when they
because
were
I'm
out there.
doxxed,
As Eric Trump said
because
to me,
of the
it felt a
development,
lot
because
like
everyone loves
2016
Sonic.
in
Because
just the last couple of days while they were out.
we're going
of
to
course,
Jupiter.
referring to Donald
That's
Trump's
why.
first run for the White House. As far as what comes next, David, I mean,
Casino,
listen, if he
RWA
is indeed
NFT,
successful, if
developing
this does indeed
another
go his
RWA.
way, you have to imagine
Can't
that we
leak it
will begin
yet.
talking about transition,
It's not Sonic, it's
what
Solnick.
a Trump cabinet 2.0
But $75
would
million
look
market
like.
cap,
We've
aka
already
7.5
seen
cents,
indications of what
is
Donald
my
Trump has said
low
based on
case.
who's been around
Medium
him.
case is
Expect
$1
not
per
only members
coin,
of the
aka
family,
$1 billion
but folks
market
like
cap,
Elon
and
Musk
bull
and
case
RFK Jr.
$5.89,
to play a big role if that
which
is
about a
indeed to happen, David.
$5.6.
Have they said anything more
billion
about what
market cap.
RFK Jr. would do? We know that what RFK Jr. has publicly said about what Donald Trump has promised him. Obviously, if he's declared the winner here tonight.
It's boring,
but
boring,
have
boring,
there
boring,
been any
boring until
specifics
it's
behind
not.
the scenes as to what this could look like?
Come on, call it.
You know, David, it's interesting. It's a real divide when you talk to people within Donald Trump's inner orbit. Some say he can do whatever he wants. Others have said, well, hold on a second, we're not going to give him the run of the house. And look, for example, David, Howard Lutnick, Donald Trump's longtime friend, the billionaire, who at the moment is chairing the Trump transition. I only say at the moment because we know, and I know Governor Christie is with us tonight, we know that the Trump transition team of yesteryear went through a transition itself after the 2016 one. Lutnick came out and actually said, nah, we're not going to give him a head of HHS or head of healthcare or anything like that. So I think that's going to be a bit of a question, David, in the coming days. There's been a lot of reporting, including by us here at ABC, about different lists that have been put together. As one person said to me, Donald Trump is very superstitious, David, as we all know. He has not leaned into a transition fully, not leaned into these conversations about a list. But if he wins, you better believe that's where his attention will turn quite quickly, David.
Really appreciate it. John Santucci with great reporting here for us, John. Thanks. John Carl, you've actually talked to former President Trump today and in recent days. Does he ever go there with you?
Look, what he's told me is that it will be very different than the last time. He said that when he got elected president the first time, that he didn't know anybody, he didn't know Washington, he relied on advice, perhaps advice by people like Reince Priebus. This time, he says he knows who he wants to be there, and that means he can staff his White House and his cabinet with true loyalists this time, not people that will
Damn,
ultimately defy him. I have to say, I just spoke to a very senior advisor of Donald Trump's who told me, this may not shock you, but that when he comes out on that stage, he plans to declare victory, flatly declare that he has won this race. He did that, of course, in 2020, but unlike that, we haven't called it. At least he has a solid reason for coming out and saying that. In fact, we've also heard on Elon Musk's X platform from Mark Cuban, who, of course, was a very prominent surrogate and supporter of Kamala Harris. I interviewed him just over a week ago. He's saying, congrats, Donald Trump, you won fair and square. Again, we haven't called it yet, but that's a
My
very
wife says
prominent
this guy looks like the rat
supporter
from
who was
Wall
out there
Street.
campaigning for Kamala Harris, going out and saying, congratulating Donald Trump, and by the way, also congratulating Elon Musk as well.
But that's certainly not the message coming from the Kamala Harris campaign. Just to be clear, Mark Cuban may be a very, a top supporter of Kamala Harris, but their campaign is still insisting they have a slim path here.
But even they recognize that in kind of going dark tonight or going quiet, that they're opening up all of this sort of airtime and conversation to the real possibility that Donald Trump is going to return as president, particularly given the mathematical path here that we see ahead of us with the blue wall.
Buying 50K more Solnick.
There's no way around it. He's had a very impressive night.
Let's go, bro.
Not only in the Sun Belt, but right through the blue wall states. And so, in not giving any sort of more explanation from the Harris campaign, this is where the conversation's going to go.
And they know that. Look, they made a choice. Kamala Harris not coming out tonight to speak, likely because she didn't really know what to say. I mean, they still want to see the rest of these numbers come in. The last sort of official word from the Kamala Harris campaign is that they are waiting this out. They want to see, every last vote counted in these key states, but they are seeing exactly what we are seeing. This is certainly not the night they wanted and had hoped to have. Are they ready to come out and say that definitively? No.
All right. Former President Trump expected to speak at any moment in West Palm Beach. We'll go there just as soon as he begins talking. We'll be right back after the break, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cuban called it. All right, let's check on MSNBC. $5.1 million. He's still adding to the popular. That is the most craziest part. Like, I thought he was going to win yesterday. I did not see the popular vote. I didn't see that. That was not on my bingo card.
Willis Wu. You know my name? Oh.
For decades, Chinatown's been the epicenter of crime in the city.
I need someone on the inside.
Follow me.
Right?
Jeez. A detective and a waiter. Partners.
Freeze.
So back in 4 years. I don't think so. It'd be silly if they did.
Well, close.
I grew up in a middle-class family. Nowhere else besides Fox is called PA. They have less seats called than ABC. Trump needs 3 points. Let's check it out. 82% of the total voters in. We'll get a lot yeah, that's when does that even start? Who will be the new SEC chairman? Your boy Ski for SEC chairman. Fox has him at 267. we get Bitcoin assessment when it's called, it has not changed, my brethren. 85K. The bet that I made at 55K was that Bitcoin would be 80K before Christmas. I said that the real deal bull market is going to start November 15th, regardless of who's elected. Obviously, there's an easier path if Trump gets elected. But yeah, regardless of who is elected, Bitcoin's going to go to 138K, as high as 207,000 by November of 2025. Period. Altcoins are going to start to rip in early 2025. They're going to rise with Bitcoin, but they're going to rip in early 2025. 281. Where are you seeing that?
Your voice, your vote. Election night 2024. Live from New York City. Here again, David Muir.
Solnick is going to get to
now about 20 minutes before 2 a.m. in the East here. You're looking at the path to 270. Kamala Harris with 194 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 246.
Medium case $1.
On the precipice
of
perhaps another presidency if and when Pennsylvania is called. That is, as we've been saying, the battleground of all battlegrounds. Really, both campaigns desperately needed a win in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk not ready to call that state. There is still outstanding vote, and so let's get over to Rick Klein. That path is still extremely narrow for Kamala Harris, and if she were able to pull it off in Pennsylvania, she'd also then need Michigan and Wisconsin as well, where she's trailing in both states at this hour.
That's exactly right. We're up to 94% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and we've gotten a lot more vote
if Bitcoin is the sun,
as well as some additional estimates. We think there's
Bitcoin's
actually
the sun of the market.
maybe as few as 30,000
Do you feel the heat of the sun at 6:30 in the morning?
Still out there to be counted.
No, you don't.
And right now, with the outstanding vote in Philadelphia estimate, even if she won every single one of those votes, as well as all the votes in Delaware County, in Chester County, Montgomery County, I mean, you'd have to run up enormous margins to begin to close this gap. So all the votes are going to be counted. Our decision desk is looking at the data, being very careful with any kind of a projection. But this is a very large lead this late in the evening. Michigan is a little bit of a different story, just because we're waiting on so much vote still out of Wayne County, Detroit, Dearborn, the 600,000 outstanding votes. You can see something coming together there. I think it's even a little more possible if you look at Wisconsin, although, again, we have so much of the vote in, it becomes hard to make up this margin. Pennsylvania, though, to me at this hour, looks like the steepest climb of the three. And just to give you a sense, that's 19 electoral votes. That would put him at 265. The reason that it isn't quite at 270, Alaska, where polls have, I believe, just closed pretty recently. They're going to take a while to count. There's also one electoral vote that has not been awarded in Nebraska that usually favors Republicans, and one in Maine. So you add those 5 together to the 19, and you get to 270 electoral votes.
Got it. But those haven't been called.
They have not been called.
Alaska, and obviously Pennsylvania hasn't been called either, just because of the extraordinary care that our decision desk is taking with the votes outstanding. John Carl, any new reporting from the Trump campaign?
Thanks. Waiting on him to come out to deliver what will be a victory speech. I mean, he's gonna declare victory. This, according, again, to one of his top advisors.
So obviously, we just have to make it clear that we haven't called it yet. We will definitely listen in, and you know, that is the direction that this race is absolutely taking. And no matter how you look at this is a major night for Donald Trump across the map, through all of the battlegrounds, even the ones that haven't been called yet.
They're partying like it's 1990.
The turnout has been extraordinary for Donald Trump. And not only that, the effect it's had down ballot, immediately down ballot in the key Senate races, which will then, should Donald Trump return to the White House, he'll have not only just the majority of the Senate, but quite possibly a significant majority.
Yeah, he could have a significant majority in the Senate, David. This is already sort of the outlook for the Senate right now. Republicans expected to take the majority. They've netted the 2 seats that they need to. Let's go back to the nationwide map. I'm going to highlight the states that will ultimately determine how big this majority is for Republicans. And just a reminder here, these blue walls where we're seeing former President Donald Trump still have the lead in every single one. The Republican also still leading over the Democratic candidates in all 3 of these states. So yes, it becomes a question of not whether or not they have the majority, but simply just by how much.
That's pretty extraordinary. John Tester also in Montana.
John Tester in Montana, the last statewide Democrat in Montana. Take a look here. John Tester, 47%. Sheehy at
agree, brother.
51%. He's leading by
Sonic is
7,000
the
votes.
only
Still
other
only
sub 10
about
million that I can put
31%
my
of the
name
vote
on
in
with
right now, so we're still waiting for a lot of this to come in. But again, this goes
Sonic and
back to a
Hee-Hee
lot of
are the
people
only
moving
sub 10
into the
million
state
that I
of
can put my name
Montana,
on
even though
fully.
John Tester, a third-generation farmer, Montana through and through. A question of whether or not that even really matters. Tim
There's
Sheehy,
a lot
not
that I
even
do
from
like
the
and I'm
state at all,
considering.
but still
There's a few that
appealing
I'm
to voters
considering,
here
but
clearly,
Sonic
and
and
also
Hee-Hee right
potentially getting a boost, maybe by former President Donald Trump.
Also getting a boost, Sam Brown, it would appear. And again, the vote hasn't fully counted,
Thanks for
obviously,
staying
in
up with
Nevada.
us.
It's still
No
early.
problem.
But he's doing much better than the polls
We've been
leading into
live for
Election Day
5
had him up
hours.
against Jackie Rosen.
Yes,
15
and he
minutes.
has been campaigning out there with former President Donald
As
Trump.
long
I was
as I've
just
ever
in the
went
state of
live.
Nevada with the former president and Sam Brown, both together campaigning. Take a
If
look
that's
at this.
not worth a
Jackie
follow and a
Rosen,
subscribe, I don't know what
47%.
is.
You have Sam Brown. He's only ahead by a little
It's
bit
free,
here.
y'all.
636 votes, 71% of the vote currently in. But yes, once again, David.
Well, and in Arizona, perhaps the one Republican candidate who was most loyal to Donald Trump with her rhetoric and sticking by him and not conceding in her own race for governor a couple of years back, she might be the only
Says,
one,
"I've been
perhaps
with
at
you."
this point, that it looks like might not be carried with this Trump wave, if that's what it is that we're witnessing here tonight.
And I think more than any other candidate, I think Carrie Lake was really hoping to ride on the coattails of former President Donald Trump in this state. She was driving around this state in a campaign bus with her face, Donald Trump's face next to it. She basically has been pitching herself along with the former president.
A mutual respect for one another.
This is
and
Carrie Lake, who
both
obviously
working
still has
towards the
not
same goal.
conceded the election that she lost against Democrat Katie Hobbs in this state, like former President Donald Trump, who never conceded his own race in 2020. But this is where we are starting to see the
Years
split ticket
incoming.
voting here. Ruben Gallego, he's up by 109,000 votes, and you have Donald Trump ahead by 16,000 in
Bitcoin
the
at?
state.
Okay, two quick questions. Yeah, real quick, John, just because I want to.
Veterans, by the way, all military. We've got Sheehy, right? We've got Sam Brown, who was a
Afghanistan vet, right?
Yeah,
Purple Heart.
Purple Heart, horribly wounded.
And a roadside, right?
With burns by a
Y'all
roadside
live
bomb.
with
I think he'd
William,
only
my
been there
super
about 4
solid.
months and was badly wounded. But again, they don't know him very
Did we
well.
win,
but
guys?
These are the,
not
these are the
officially,
people
but
who've gotten,
it does.
except
It looks
for
almost
Gallego.
near
But he
impossible.
also a combat veteran. A lot of those, about 100 veterans.
They haven't called it on ABC. They
And
pretty
I was
much
just going
called
to
it
say,
on Fox,
Democrats
so.
right now are looking at one thing, especially tonight, where they still are clinging to hope, and that is the House. As Rachel just walked us through a little while ago, we're probably not going to know who controls the House for maybe, it might even be a couple of weeks till the final results in California, which can take a long time. But I talked to Hakeem Jeffries yesterday, and I asked him, do you see a scenario where Donald Trump could get elected president and you could still become Speaker of the House? And he said, absolutely. I see it's so close. It's on such a knife's edge, the House. So we don't know what's going to happen. We haven't
I
declared
don't
the
think
presidency
that's
yet
gonna
either. But the House is very much still in play. It's either going to be Democrat takeover, a Speaker Jeffries, or it's going to be the narrowest of narrow majorities for the Republicans.
And those are two very different scenarios.
Of
If
course.
you have Speaker
Right,
Mike
yeah, that's
Johnson,
right.
you have a Republican
That's
Senate,
hope
not just by one or two, but
prayers.
possibly by several Senate seats, and Donald Trump in the White House. That's quite something. It's very different from Hakeem Jeffries suddenly playing the role that Speaker Pelosi played for a few years of a sort of a check and balance between Congress and the White House.
And that's what you're hearing from Democrats. That's the place. That's the place that can be the bulwark against a full Republican takeover. But we may not know for a while.
Yeah, and of course we still haven't called the biggest race of the night. I do want to ask, we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. When he takes the stage, we'll go out to him. I want to take this back to Kate Shaw and to Dan Abrams, our legal team back here, because one of the other questions always with the presidential election is the Supreme Court. The makeup of the court. Donald Trump had a profound impact on the makeup of the court during his first presidency. If he's declared the new president of the United States, how many justices are we looking at potentially retiring, and what's his opportunity moving forward if he's the next president to shape the court even further?
Well, I would expect that Justices Thomas and Alito would be at the top of the list, likely to leave the bench
What's the percentage
during
left
Trump's
on
second
PA?
term, if in fact he's going to have one. And that would mean they'd be replaced by
218,
much
yeah, they
younger
have 203
justices.
already.
And so that doesn't change the composition of the court, but it cements for many decades a very conservative supermajority. And then, of course, if one of the Democrats
Yeehaw!
needs to
Jay,
leave
thanks
the
for the
court
hat
health
mustache,
reasons
bro.
or others,
Appreciate
go
you,
from
brother.
a 6-3 to a 7-2 conservative supermajority, which is an enormous difference. So I think all of that is obviously on the line.
And if he's declared the next president, Dan Abrams, does Jack Smith go away? Does the federal prosecution goes right away?
Absolutely. Jack Smith's going to get
fired, done, those prosecutions are over. The more interesting question is going to be the 2 local prosecutions, right? The one in New York, where he's already been convicted, there's a sentencing scheduled for the end of November. Think about that. The president-elect would be sentenced
I'm gonna
for a
pardon
New
myself.
York State crime at the end of November.
No crime.
It is hard to
Nasty New
imagine
York.
a judge
Lock 'em
even
up.
considering at that point jail time. The Georgia case would at the very least get delayed until
Near,
2029
render, please,
if
near.
disappear altogether. Just one other point on the Supreme Court, which is, remember, this is why the Senate becomes so important, and it's a follow-up a little bit on something that Chris Christie said earlier. The more you get in terms of the majority in the Senate, the more autonomy that
Fox
Donald
just
Trump is
announced
going to
his
have
victory.
in who he picks, right? I mean, he might pick someone who some Republicans even have concerns about, but if you don't have enough Republicans to object to that, he's really going to be able to pick anyone that he wants. So the Senate becomes very important with regard to what happens with the Supreme Court moving forward.
All right, Dan Abrams, Kate Shaw, thank you. We're going to go to break, a very quick break. The moment we hear from the former president, we'll come right back to you. Stay tuned.
All right, let's go back. Is Trump still going to yeah. Day 1, I'm going to fire Gary Gensler, lock him up, throw away the key. Let's see what's happening. Wisconsin just called. No way. Bye-bye, Gary Gensler. He's trying to take away your crypto. I'm not going to let him do it. They told me to let him do it. I said no, I'm not going to do it. What are we looking like? What a flex. Day 1, pardon myself, Gary, move over. Great flex. They're delaying, yeah. Ski SNL. We're gonna elect your boy Ski. A lot of people told me not to. We're gonna make him the chair of the SEC. He's gonna let your crypto. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Fox called it. Secured 270. Yeah, I think they're delaying the inevitable. Fox already called it. I don't think anyone else has called Pennsylvania. Has anyone else called Pennsylvania yet? I mean, look at that. That looks like a Reagan map if I've ever seen it. That's insane. Even just that, right there. Pretty crazy. And the popular vote is like the craziest of all. He's still adding to his lead. Almost 5.2 million at this point. Insane. Bitcoin 74.7. Beautiful. Imagine he gets 300.
Welcome back, ABC News Live
honestly.
coverage. We're expecting to hear from former President Donald Trump at any moment in West Palm Beach, Florida, where a crowd has gathered at the
Trump's
Palm Beach
about to
Convention
speak.
Center, with Johnson also there among the crowd. Whit?
Yeah, David, the crowd is cheering very loudly. That's because some other networks have projected the race for Donald Trump. Of course, we are still waiting on a few states to come through, but this is the cheering that we're hearing in the crowd.
By November
just adding
15th,
to the
listen,
anticipation
the bet was at
of the former
55K.
president.
Bitcoin will be
who
80K
they expect to be
before
the new
Christmas.
president once again to come in
That
here
might
and
happen
speak. We did see the Secret
within a
Service
week.
peeking through the curtains, checking out the room. But as far as we're told, the doors are still open as
How's
they're
those
letting
Trump
people
coins
out. And the
doing?
big signal will
I don't
be
know,
when
how
those
is the
doors
MAGA coin
close
doing?
that it's likely that Trump would come speak to this crowd. But I'm also thinking about some of the things that we heard in the closing message down the stretch here, because I spoke to a lot of different Trump supporters at some of these different events, and most of them focused on the top two issues that we heard over and over again, the economy and immigration. And one of the things that we heard from Trump on the campaign trail, starting all of these rallies, is he would ask this question: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And thousands of his
Could happen
supporters
today or
would yell
tomorrow.
no.
Honestly, if they
And that was
call
really
it,
the
I think it
message
will
that they were
happen
trying to
today.
hammer home down the stretch, that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration broke
We're
it,
gonna
but
make
Donald
America
Trump can fix it. And we have to say, like, we've been talking to, I mean, he's been running for president or president for nearly a decade now, and we've seen him take over the Republican Party and really transform this MAGA movement. And the crowds here are much different than they were in 2020. They're different than they were in 2016. They're younger. They are more diverse. Despite what a lot of critics thought, that he wouldn't be able to bring together this diverse crowd, we are certainly seeing this in this room tonight. We've been seeing it at the rallies lately.
That
so
guy
again,
looks like
we're
he
still
get
waiting
pulled
for
over years
some
ago.
information on when exactly former
a state
President Trump
trooper.
is
If
going
you get
to
it
speak.
pulled over by that dude, you're
but
cooked.
there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of energy and excitement in this room, David.
All right, we really appreciate it. We'll come right back to you as soon as we hear from the former president.
That
I
high
want to
and
get right
tight?
back over to Rick at the big board here, because it's all, you know, obviously this hinges on Pennsylvania here being called. I know we're being extremely careful. Can you show us again where the outstanding vote is? Maybe that other map that you have that shows sort of the dots where there's any blue or any red left on the map?
Yeah, 188,000 votes are separating these two
95%
candidates.
in.
And
So
really,
they're
the
still
only
counting.
place you're going to find any significant vote at this hour is Philadelphia and some of its immediate suburbs. But we've seen these
give
numbers
up.
shrink
Throw
as the
in the
night has
damn
gone
towel.
on. And that's what the difficulty is right now. We're looking right now, we think we've got about 3/4 of the mail vote, 86% of the election day vote. So even if this number's right, and that's probably a little bit high right now in terms of the estimated remaining, that's not really nearly enough to begin to make up that gap.
Bro, it's
And if you look
literally-
even in the other
they could get
populous
all of
counties
them.
here, 44,000 estimated votes in a 55-45 Trump county. If you assume they go the same way, 60-40 county is
not
about
mathematically
65,000. I mean,
possible,
look, you could
but
add this
look,
up and
I mean,
slice and
there's
dice.
still
You've got to really
maybe a
have
path.
to. You'd have to have a perfect inside straight at this point for the Harris campaign to catch up to a margin that big.
You could
just in
easily
this
see
one
some
state.
narrowing, but not narrowing by.
Correct. It almost certainly will narrow, and that's what the Harris team is pointing to. But it's very hard to see how any of these numbers are going to break in a way that overcomes a deficit like that. So our team's being cautious about it because the stakes are so high, and that's the prudent thing to do. Everyone's vote should count. And of course, that doesn't account for Michigan, where there's a lot more votes still outstanding, but a larger margin of more than 250,000, and Wisconsin, where there's 120,000 that's separating the candidates.
91%.
The Trump team, there'd be a number of things to look back at both of these campaigns.
Mathematically,
one of the
we would
things,
have-
though,
we
did
have
they
about
flip the
one
script
more
on
loss.
early voting, getting the early vote
Maybe
up,
two.
and then sending people out on election day as well, and forcing the Democrats really to try.
Nah,
and we heard from
they're
Donna Brazile,
holding
you
out
have to
hope.
really overperform in the urban areas. You have to overperform in Detroit, in Philadelphia,
Yeah, it
in
looks
the
so
collar
sad. I
counties.
know, that's my favorite.
You have
That's
to
literally why I'm watching
overperform in
ABC, 'cause
Madison,
they're
you
like-
know, in all these battleground
like, bro,
states
their
in the
dog
key
just
urban
died.
areas. It really put the Democrats on defense come election
Good
day
night,
to try to
everyone.
catch up
Good
with the
night,
Republican
humble
turnout for a change. And I
journey.
know that was Donald Trump driven, because 4 years ago he said don't
Yeah,
vote
that's
early.
true.
And might have hurt
Kamala
himself
went to
back
sleep.
then by doing that. But tonight we really, I mean, this election, it
Fox
seems,
called
by
Wisconsin.
really encouraging the early vote and then continuing to push to get people out to the polls, that was clearly a strategy that worked much better for Donald Trump this go around.
Yeah, 4 years ago, it's been called political malpractice, what he did to downplay and actively urge his supporters not to vote early, especially during COVID, when it was made easier to vote in so many states and there was a record turnout. More than 100 million people voted early, and that meant that Republicans went into election night. 44% of the electorate early was estimated to be Democratic, 34% Republican. the difference coming into today, instead of a 10-point gap to make up on Election Day, they only had to make up a 2-point gap. So early voting was no doubt a major part of the strategy. And yes,
Not
Donald Trump
officially, but
reluctantly
yes,
and sometimes contradicting himself inside the same sentence, embraced early voting in a way that Republicans
It's not
took
even
advantage of.
mathematically
And we were
possible
told
for
by
them
the
to
Democrats,
get
look,
PA
don't worry about it.
at this
We've
point,
got
which is
our
all he
ground
needs
game.
really
We're
to win,
going to
and they're
overcome
not
that.
gonna
That does
call
not
it.
appear to
They're
be the
not gonna-
case tonight in the major
They haven't
battlegrounds
called
where
it
we
yet.
have vote in.
What a year for
I want to bring this
crypto.
to
Yeah, no,
Terry.
it's about to be
because,
crazy for crypto.
First of all, this time
It's
Donald Trump
boring
embraced
until
early
it's not.
voting, right?
I've said it 1,000
The
times.
fact that the Democrats were then
Boring,
on
boring,
defense
boring
come
until it's
election
not.
day to try to run up the total, run up the
Kamala
score in these
Mac.
urban areas.
That's
Have the
hilarious.
Democrats, one of the things in the postmortem, I think, for both of these campaigns, but certainly for the Democrats, will be you can't just count on the
honestly,
urban
Jay,
areas. You've got to connect with rural America, with working class America. You can't win these races. You showed the evolution of the electoral map over the last several presidential cycles. Moving forward, the Democratic Party is going to have to figure that out somehow, are they not?
This is a moment of truth for Democrats. 10 years ago, what was it, a little bit longer, that Democrats thought demography is destiny and they were the natural party of government because America is becoming more diverse. There'll be a lower share of white voters. And it turns out that's completely wrong. You have to talk to people, meet their needs, and answer their questions. And that includes rural voters as well. And it includes, voters that for whatever reason have bought into what Donald Trump stands for, which is the end of the ruling establishment. Not just in government, but in all kinds of institutions, including the media. People like that.
Yeah, and some of it might be that, the institutions, but some of it's just, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I felt like my money went further. There are a lot of people, I think, hurting in the country, even if they see the stock market, 401ks going up, or interest rates finally coming back down. I do think that this is what Martha and I hear when we're out in the country, that the people just, they want to feel like they've been heard. And so, yes, I think.
And Donald Trump does say, I can help you stabilize and get rich. But he says a lot more than that. He says, let's go get him.
Yeah, very true, Terry. Okay, so we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on former President Donald Trump to take the stage here in Florida. John Santucci, who has reported on Trump for some time for ABC. John, talk to us a little bit about some of the people that you recognize there in the crowd, some of the people who...
such a daunting math, and I've been clicking around on this board to try to find any way to piece together the votes. And look, there's always a hypothetical, and you could say, well, if all of these votes that we think are out break in one direction, then maybe, but it is just really hard to strain to see the numbers in this one state, to say nothing of the 3 states that we're talking about. What we saw across the country tonight was a rightward shift, a MAGA shift. And that happened in red states and blue states and red areas and blue areas and purple areas, all the same. Pennsylvania tells an extraordinary story.
What are you doing?
We were looking at you literally can draw a line through the state, from Erie through State College all the way to Northampton County, to find places that should have been and would have been trending toward Democrats. Democrats thought they had a good chance there, and that seems not to be the case. And then the story of turnout in cities appears to have been down.
think that
and that's why you see very narrow margins in places like New York and New Jersey and Rhode Island and across blue America, where the voters just did not turn out in the same numbers.
I'm so curious, Lindsay, do we have a handle at the end of the night from exit polling, the gender gap? Nationally, there'd been so much talk going into this election day that if Kamala Harris was going to be elected, it was going to be through the power of women voters. And you saw Donald Trump surrogates, even in the 11th hour, even today, signaling on social media, men, if you're out there, you need to vote. Otherwise, Kamala Harris will win if it's only the women, in so many words. And I wonder where we landed tonight.
It looks like, and John, I just want to verify that, was it 54% for females? 54% of females went for Kamala Harris, and 44% went for Trump. And we don't have the graphics in that moment.
10-point gender gap. And what was it for men? Do we know?
And for men,
sorry to put you on the spot with your producer, John, but he's
54 went for Trump, and 44% went
10 and 10
for Harris. Yes.
And Gary Langer, just real quick for you, Gary Langer is our pollster here at ABC News. Going into election night, what did the final ABC News poll, if you can pull this up on your head, I'm sure you can better than we can at 2 in the morning, what was the gender gap in the final poll?
very similar to that. This gender gap is dead normal. It's almost exactly the average gender gap we've seen in exit polls since 1996. And women are more apt by about 10 points to be Democrats than men, and therefore to vote that way. So it's a typical gender gap. What's interesting, though, is that Harris's number among women was a few points, 3 or so points, off of Joe Biden's.
So she did worse among women than Joe Biden?
That's insane.
I mean, that's an astounding.
Those are the final exit poll numbers, or are we going to have final numbers?
Oh, they'll be tweaking it well into the morning.
Yeah, well into the morning.
She did
but
2 points worse than Joe Biden did in 2020 with the female voters.
Yeah, if that holds, that is really, really interesting.
Gary also, he had another point, which is this is the first presidential election since we've been doing exit polls, 1976, where Republicans outnumbered Democrats coming to the polls. Right, Gary? I have you right on that, right?
Yeah, just by a couple of points, but it's the first time we've seen it. And again, exit polls started in 1976. This is the first time we've seen Republicans outnumber Democrats.
Here's the call of the night. We can project now that Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground prize of the night, will go to former President Donald Trump. ABC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the 19 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We had said for many weeks leading up to this election that this was a must-win state for both Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump. ABC is now projecting Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, take us to the board.
Terrence
essentially
Howard
gets
came
him
out to
the
do the
presidency,
math.
although we have not called what he absolutely needs to get there,
God.
right? But you see the path on the board. Talk us through it.
I want to be careful with the math here. That gives us, according to ABC News projections, 265 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And I want to then play things through a little bit and make the assumptions, and they are assumptions, but this is how things work in politics. If everything falls into place for some of the remaining places, Alaska with the 3 electoral votes would be a shock if Alaska did not land for Donald Trump. One of the congressional districts in Nebraska, where he's currently leading, he's already been awarded one of them, and one of the congressional districts in Maine. This is what we're looking at. That would be 270 electoral votes. So again, being very careful here. We have him at 265, but you don't have
So that number up on the board is the hypothetical.
That is
if he gets what's expected to go his way, the final dominoes here. But Mark Burstein, our producer, just tell me again what
That's pretty
Nebraska 1 goes to
it's
Trump.
Not official, but they expect it.
There we go. We're now projecting 1 electoral vote from Nebraska will go to Donald Trump. That's the one that you thought would go his way.
Yes.
Again, this is still the hypothetical number we have up there. So the chips are falling into place in so many words here.
That's exactly right. I mean, Alaska is a very Republican state. It's going to vote for Donald Trump almost certainly, and that
which gets into 269.
That would be that's correct. 269, which would be a tie in the Electoral College under the rules. It would be broken by the House of Representatives. Almost certainly, the House of Representatives will be controlled by enough Republican delegations to give Donald Trump the presidency. But that other district in Maine would be the majority maker. And look, we still have Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona.
And he leads in Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's correct. Right now, based on the numbers, 266,000 votes in Michigan, although there's still a lot of Detroit left, and 120,000 or so votes in Wisconsin. Nevada is still coming in. Trump is up there right now by about 99,000 votes and up 19. So he's up in every other state that we have on the board tonight.
So we're waiting to hear from the former president here. Obviously, we've just projected, ABC News projecting Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of the night among those key 7 battleground states, goes to Donald Trump. Really not a path here on the board for Kamala Harris at this point. It's just the final chips for Donald Trump. I'm so curious, though, will we wait for the former president and we wait for the final math to come in?
Wow.
States like New Hampshire, we haven't called yet. Minnesota, where Governor Walz is from. Can you just click on those and bring us up to speed on where they stand?
Sure. I mean, look, it's with 80% of the vote in, Harris is up 86,000 votes. It's going to be a lot tighter than it's been in the past. New Hampshire looks like it probably lands in the same place at the end of it. But look, we've talked about this shift everywhere. That's the popular vote. 5.2 million votes more than Kamala Harris. He's in a very strong position to break 50% for the first time. He didn't really get that close, and our polling didn't show him really north of 47, 48%. Either the times he ran before, he served without getting a majority. Tonight, he could get it.
And just a little perspective here. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by almost 3 million. Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 million or so.
Yeah, we can go right to the
7 to 8
historicals.
million.
You can see exactly where the numbers were. It was a 7 million vote edge. He only had 47% of the vote. 4 years earlier, he only had 46% of the vote, lost by about almost 3 million votes. This is a different night. This is a different electorate. This is one that has fallen fallen in Trump's direction in a very considerable way. Red states, blue states, and everything in between.
So you're looking at popular vote, obviously, and electoral college. We've got a lot of discussions in this country, particularly with recent elections where popular goes one way, electoral goes another. That's certainly not the storyline, at least not at
does not
this
appear
hour.
likely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west in particular, a lot of it in California. Those margins, I'm sure, will tighten. But right now, that's a pretty strong advantage and a very strong likelihood that he will win not only the Electoral College, but also the popular vote.
And that's really going to matter, John Carl, to the former president.
I mean, absolutely. And let's not forget, Republicans have had a hell of a time winning the popular vote. George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote
2004,
in 2004. But Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular vote in 2016. This is a and by the way, all indications, we don't know what overall turnout's going to be, but this is going to be a high turnout election. This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So Trump is going to claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason to claim a mandate.
No question, and people will look back at the different avenues, the different routes to reach the voter that Donald Trump used this time around. You know, he had a 3-hour conversation with Joe Rogan very late in the campaign, a huge audience, and a lot of people said that he was reaching out to voters and men and young men in particular in ways that campaigns hadn't used before. Now, Kamala Harris went on Howard Stern, Charlemagne the God, so she did try the podcast route too in these very popular programs on Sirius XM. But to go on Joe Rogan, for example, and then have Joe Rogan endorse him in the 11th hour, those are
$1
in 2024. Those are powerful things to do apparently, and they work for a campaign.
And it was an effort to get people to vote who didn't normally vote. In some cases, never voted. And I think, and I'm sure Lindsay's got the exit polls on this, but we see Trump doing better than Harris, significantly better among those who are first-time voters.
And for all of those efforts to outreach, the Harris campaign thought all of that was just playing to his base, that it was doing nothing to expand his reach. Clearly, not the right assessment.
We're going to stay with this live picture. We're waiting for the former president, but just talk us through what you're seeing there, Linz, with the new voters.
With the first-time voters, that's 8% nationwide of the electorate. 54% went for Donald Trump, 45% for Kamala Harris. What I think is really interesting, what's different, Rick Klein said tonight is different. One thing that's different is America, of course, is a more diverse country, but the electorate tonight is less diverse. And so, for example, if you look at 1992, 82% of the electorate was white. Okay, fast forward to 2020, we saw this big decrease. 67% of the electorate was white. Fast forward to tonight, it went up by 4 points. So you have 71% of the electorate was white, and that broke, by and large, for Donald Trump in his favor by 12 percentage points. Those white voters who showed up. Now, the biggest significance that we've seen as far as any racial group, Latinos, the highest shift of any, exactly. 13% up over Hispanics from 2020 for him, 18% increase over Hispanic males from 2020. And so quite a big difference for him. He went after and targeted those Latino voters, and it worked for him big time tonight.
Yeah, it did, and that was a main goal of this campaign, was to try to peel away Latino support. Mark, is Maria Elena still with us? Do you know, is she listening in on the conversation?
Is that video?
What she does as vice president that affects our lives in a
Maria Elena, when you hear those numbers that Donald Trump was extraordinarily successful tonight, peeling away some of the Latino support that Joe Biden had 4 years ago,
never
Lindsay Davis describing the electorate as more white than it was 4 years ago. and comparatively to previous presidential
ABC
elections.
is never giving up.
What do you make of that and the success in his campaign, his outreach to reach Latino voters? And as you have said many times on our air, you know, Latino voters in one part of the country are not the same in every other part of the country. It's very nuanced, but he did have significant success tonight.
That's true, David. And yeah, I am a little bit surprised. You know, Latino voters still support Vice President Harris and Democrats in general at higher
KV,
numbers
thanks
than
for
Donald
the
Trump.
it's corn,
And
bro. I
Florida, up to now,
appreciate
has been the
you.
outlier, the only
Savage.
state in the country with the majority of Latino voters supporting former President Trump. But we'll have to see if that changes tonight. You know, Republicans don't really need a majority
Goodbye,
of Latino
Mr.
voters to
Ginsburg,
win.
that's
They
right.
just need to cut into Democrats' lead. It looks like from the numbers that Lindsay's giving that might have happened
74.5 for
today.
the
You know,
Bitcoin.
the Republican presidential candidate that has gotten the highest percentage of the Latino vote was George W. Bush in 2004 with just about, you know, above 40%. But, you know,
XRP to the moon. All
Martha
of
was
crypto
right
is
this
about to
time
rip.
around. The
What's up,
economy is the
Megan?
top issue for
Welcome
Latinos.
back.
And that's what they're
6
voting
hours.
for, putting a roof over their heads and feeding their children. And they trust Trump on the economy. And as far as immigration is concerned, you know, it used to
Trump
be
won.
that an issue that drew Latinos to Democrats with the promise
Solar
of an
to the
immigration
moon,
reform that never
to
materialized.
Jupiter,
The
Bitcoin to
views
the
have now
moon,
shifted,
crypto to the
and they
moon.
prefer a more hardline approach at the border, especially in states like Arizona. They don't want to be associated with the chaos at the border and those that Trump calls criminals. You know, just a few weeks ago, David, there was a New York Times poll that showed that 2/3 of Latino voters felt that when Trump was disparaging
Damn,
immigrants,
Sonic's at 4-6
calling them
again.
criminals, saying that they poison the blood of our country. He was not talking about them. He was talking about other immigrants. So, you know, it is surprising. It's also surprising that a sizable number of Latinos said that they support mass deportations, maybe without realizing that it would not only hurt the economy, but it's going to lead to a separation of families.
Let's
Maria
75x
Elena Salinas,
long.
thank you. Your context is always so
I still have
helpful.
the 30x,
We're waiting to hear the
38x
former president here. Eric Trump, his son, has just sent out on social media this image of the former president, presumably holding the speech that he will give tonight. We had reported earlier that he hadn't prepared a speech for this evening, but if the time came and he needed one, he said he would put one together quickly. Eager to hear that here tonight with the rest of you. And John Santucci's reporting the entire Trump family is there at the convention center, his children, including Ivanka and Barron, and his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, also there. We saw her voting with the former president.
Joe Biden mentioned the word unity. The word has been all through.
Yeah, David, it's remarkable, actually, because this is the first time that since the Republican National Convention that the entire Trump family has been under the same roof. And think about, David, you know, the Trump 1.0 White House, if you will. You know, we know that Ivanka and Jared were right there by Donald Trump's side. Jared Kushner's office right off from the Oval Office, Ivanka Trump right above the Oval Office. The Kushners have said that they are not going back to Washington. They have not been involved in this campaign. So should Donald Trump be declared the winner, do not expect Jared and Ivanka to go to the White House.
Thank you for
it
that.
does beg the question,
That's
David,
just
and I've
another
asked
example.
many sources
Everything
over the last
that
couple of weeks.
I say that we're going to do, or that we say that we're going to do,
we've been
we're
reporting,
doing.
David, one of the
Getting it
members
done.
that has been very active
Slowly,
in this
surely,
campaign is Donald
exponentially,
Trump Jr.
everything,
I spoke
everywhere,
to him
all at
earlier
once.
tonight. He said that his family feels incredibly vindicated
I
by the
appreciate that,
results
though,
so
bro.
far. And one of the things he said to me is that he felt that so far he had an impact
Barron's
on
my
this race.
favorite.
And as we know, David,
Bro's
we
7
reported on
foot.
the air
Bro's
with you,
taller
it
than
was Don
Cliff.
Jr. that really was the driving force behind J.D. Vance being on the ticket with his father. Tonight, Don Jr. telling me my guy is going with my father potentially to the White House, David. We'll see if any member of the family
Any
joins them.
word, John, on who worked with the former president on his remarks for
Cliff?
tonight
I think
and
Cliff is
what the tone
traveling.
will be here?
Back.
You know, it's evolved, David. And I say that because as results were pouring in, sources were telling me, you know, he's going to go right up to the line from declaring victory. I can now agree with my colleague John Carl, hearing the same thing. It does indeed feel like Donald Trump's going to come out here and declare victory, though we, of course, have not projected the race. I do think, David, the question of tone is going to be quite interesting. And I say that because think about 2016, pretty much at this hour of the night when Donald Trump came with his family into the Hilton Hotel, just steps away from Trump Tower. It sounded like a speech of unity. I don't think we're going to hear too much of that tonight. Maybe some tenors, but look at where Donald Trump has been. Look at the words that his son tells me, as I just reported a few moments ago, vindicated. I do think you're going to feel a little bit of those tones that we've been reporting over the last couple of days. Some of the darkness, some of the things that he's been talking about, feeling and seeing around the country, talking about the southern border. I'm actually curious, David, in addition to the tone, how much of the first steps of an agenda do we hear from Donald Trump tonight? Those first actions he would take come January. David?
John, stick with us here. I got a question for you. I saw some faces in the crowd there. Former Governor Doug Burgum, Governor Kristi Noem, Vivek Ramaswamy. Two of the three actually ran in the Republican primary, though they never debated Donald Trump because he didn't show up, and that turned out to be a strategically smart move for him, not to put himself up there with them. But those three names, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kristi Noem, are they all potential players in a future Trump cabinet?
Everything is potential right now, David. Listen, we are not at the point of any short list. We are in the long list phase. We are in the multiple list phases. Different people have been submitting lists at this point. So I think anybody right now is possible for sure. I mean, there are already aides that I've spoken to talking about who would be the next press secretary. Some people talking about what positions they want. So it felt like over the last couple of weeks, David, if I'm being honest from talking to sources, some of them were in a place of measuring the drapes, figuring out what role they wanted in a future administration. So I do think for the group of governors and senators and members of Congress, I know Elise Stefanik is around here somewhere as well, another loyal supporter of Donald Trump, highest woman-ranking Republican in the House. They are definitely all on a potential list. But David, let's be clear. These are lists that have been built by folks without talking to Donald Trump. So whatever the lists are and have been, that's going to be a very different story come tomorrow morning, David.
Senator Marco Rubio talking to Newt Gingrich there, two other names, and certainly Senator Marco Rubio would be a real contender to be some sort of position in a potential Trump administration, which looks obviously very likely at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Marco Rubio clearly positioning for a cabinet secretary job. Senator Tom Cotton, another one. They'd probably both imagine themselves as secretaries of defense. You know what Donald Trump's going to do? It's a degree we did in 2016.
99 Joe, Sleepy
although
Joe,
this
he's
time,
sleeping
as
on
he's
the
told me, he knows people, but he's going to do the apprentice thing. He's going to bring people in, talk to them. I've asked him many times about what his cabinet would look like and what his White House staff would look like. And he's, he's a little bit like talking about a no-hitter in the seventh inning. He's superstitious about it, wouldn't want to talk about it. But he's appointed a transition team. It's headed in part by Howard Lutnick, who's the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's
7.5
they've
cents.
been
Here we
establishing
come.
lists
Then
of
to
names for him.
$1, then to $5.89,
candidates.
ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, and the key thing.
Boring,
you're
boring,
going to see this
boring.
time that's going to be different than last time. Is the emphasis?
Boring,
the primary
boring,
emphasis
boring.
is going to be on loyalty to Donald Trump.
It is not.
Loyalty and the lessons he
Very
learned.
interesting with the military, right? I mean, how do you do that with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which isn't a political position? I mean, he has said already
there, former North Dakota governor, and also Vivek Ramaswamy, who was there as well. And you're reminded of just how much this is a party that has coalesced around the former president. We all remember after January 6th, you had Mitch McConnell at the time saying that Donald Trump was morally responsible for what happened that day. He has now endorsed him. If Donald Trump is the projected winner of this race, if he goes to the White House, there is no Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. He's stepping down. He's going to be retiring from that position as the longest-serving Republican leader in the Senate. There will be a different sort of cast of characters around there. There's some questions about if there's going to be guardrails. But this is a former president that has ran this race his way, David.
President-elect Donald
Let's listen.
J.
About to take the stage. Thank you, Rachel.
First Lady Melania-elect
J.D.
Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
$89. That's right. This has been 6 hours and 26 minutes, and I am exhausted. Make sure you guys follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. Drop a follow. Join the Telegram. Get your DCAs in. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Show me the charts. I will tell you the news. It's boring, boring, boring until it's not. And we are very much quick, fast, in a hurry going into the until it's not phase. That's going to be it for this time. I'll be live tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central Time. I will never message any of you guys first. Those are scammers. I'm not going to message you. Peace, love, prosperity, God first. God bless. I'm out.
Damn, hustling, 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 hustling,
Hit ya,
hustling,
boy.